this is an iHeart podcast. Guaranteed human.
Time for a sofa upgrade? Introducing Anabei Sofas, where designer style meets budget-friendly prices. Anabei brings you the ultimate in furniture innovation with a modular design that allows you to rearrange your space effortlessly. Perfect for both small and large spaces, Anabei is the only machine-washable sofa inside and out. Say goodbye to stains and messes with liquid and stain-resistant fabrics that make cleaning easy. Liquids simply slide right off. Designed for custom comfort, our high-resilience foam lets you choose between a sink-in feel or a supportive memory foam blend. Plus, our pet-friendly, stain-resistant fabrics ensure your sofa stays beautiful for years. Don't compromise quality for price. Visit WashableSofas.com to upgrade your living space today. Sofas start at just $699 with no risk returns and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Get up to 60% off, plus free shipping and free returns. Shop now at WashableSofas.com. Offers are subject to change and certain restrictions may apply.
Pro drivers live for race day, but for small business owners, every day is race day. That's why going pro with Lenovo Pro matters. One-on-one advice, IT solutions, and customized hardware powered by Intel Core Ultra processors keep your business on the right track. Business goes pro with Lenovo Pro. Sign up for free at lenovo.com/pro.
Lenovo.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents. So when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it comes to making an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the one you'll call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Hey everybody, Robert Evans here, and I wanted to let you know this is a compilation episode. So every episode of the week that just happened is here in one convenient and with somewhat less ads package for you to listen to in a long stretch if you want. If you've been listening to the episodes every day this week, there's going to be nothing new here for you, but you can make your own decisions. It Could Happen Here is the podcast that this is right now. When you guys solo intro this podcast, James Stout, Mia Wong, do y'all just like shout atonally ever? Have y'all tried that yet?
I haven't. I struggle with the intros. I just say hello everyone. Yeah, you know.
See, James. Nope.
Nope.
That's
I could try it next time.
That's your East Coast Ivy League elitism coming through.
Yeah, that's correct. Ever since I was born in Boston, I've had that. Yeah, growing up on a different side of the tracks to yourself, also from Boston, of course.
That's right. Yes.
Yeah.
In
Train
East
tracks
Boston.
in Boston, I'm sure.
I'm not allowed currently to do the accent because Sophie.
Is that for legal reasons?
Yeah. She's got some dirt on me. Anyway, we are a podcast about things falling apart. And you know what would make things fall apart worse than they already are is if Donald Trump won a second term. So today
That's true.
We're going to talk partly about that, and we're going to talk about the indictments against him. That's the big news, right? The most recent big political news, unless he's been indicted again by the time this episode drops.
God.
Not impossible.
There's still another one ready to drop.
But from my last count, I think he's at like 78 felony charges at the moment. So honestly,
he might get to triple digits.
He's not all that far.
There's stuff like I didn't realize. Well, I guess I knew intellectually that you could be charged with conspiracy to do something and then also doing it, but I don't think I've ever seen I don't think I've ever seen a politician charged with both conspiracy and the actual doing of the thing.
Yeah, I hope at some point, assuming we continue to have something that resembles freedom of speech, we'll get a good book about like how the whole process of them figuring out how and when and whether to actually like go after him. I mean, obviously we're talking about both like the feds and the DA in New York. But I am interested in both of those stories because there has to be there have to have been some real interesting conversations. But yeah, we are right now we're looking at him He's about to be arraigned as we talk about this for inciting an insurrection at the Capitol. So that's pretty cool. Mia, you wanted to start us off here, I think.
Yeah, and I think this is okay. So this is an interesting indictment in that, like, it somehow took them about 2 years to like actually do the indictment. That's like, hey, it's illegal to try to overthrow the government by installing yourself as president.
And in farenes, they don't have a lot of experience charging people with that one.
Well, and we should actually mention
they should.
Bush. Well, here's the thing. Bush. Actually, we're gonna talk about this more later. But like, Bush actually got away with this, right? Like the last time a court ruled on whether a president can use the courts to install themselves as president, the Supreme Court was like, yeah, that's fine. That's like no problem. Like, yeah, it's fine. You can have a mob show up and disrupt the counting process, and it's fine. But Trump like fucked up and didn't do it the way you're supposed to. Yeah, and there's something sort of, I don't know. So there's something I was thinking about while I was reading this, which is like the English language doesn't. I think part of the issue here is like we don't. I don't know. The English language doesn't even like have a good word for like the kind of coup that Trump was doing. Like there's a Spanish word which is autogolpe, which is like it's translated to like
Spanish's got you covered.
Yeah,
French.
Spanish got a great one. In English, they translate it to self coup, and we're just like, we're done. It's like no, that sucks. That term sucks. It's really bad.
I wish I had a better Trump voice because then I could do autogolpe. What is that? Is that like at 7-Eleven, the big 64-ounce Diet Cokes that you get? Yeah. But I can't do it. I can't do a good Trump, so that wasn't as funny as it should have been. Anyway, whatever. Mia, please continue with your
inside our heads. We heard it.
So I think I think it's worth kind of thinking a little bit, and we're going to sort of come back to this as we go through this case, but I think it's worth remembering that, again, like everything Trump is doing in this is based off of is based off of the sort of Bush thing in 2000, where he had a bunch of so a bunch of Bush's political operatives like stormed one of the places that was doing the recount in Florida and stopped them from counting the votes, and then they just delayed it in court long enough that he was able to get appointed. Now,
the Brooks Brothers riot, Roger Stone was a major part of that.
Yeah. So we've done this. We talked about this on the show like the end of last year. But again, so the reason this worked though, right, is that Bush made really, really sure that there was like a sound legal case sort of behind this entire thing. He made really sure to like go through all of the proper like checks and balances and like blah 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 blah. And Trump just like didn't do this. And the result of this is that Jack Smith, like finally 2 years later, Jack Smith, who's this guy he was appointed by Merrick Garland to like take over these two Justice Department cases about Trump, has just indicted him with this stuff. He's been charged with 3 counts of criminal conspiracy and what I think is a count of obstruction. So I'm going to go through what he's actually been charged with.
And I want to note something real quick, which is that another reason why it worked for Bush and it didn't for Trump is that with Bush, it was legitimately the election came down to Florida, right?
Yeah,
like it was extremely close. It was really just a couple counties in Florida. With Trump, he was not trying to just sort of like jink part of a state. It was like it was a pretty like Biden had a commanding lead. Yeah.
Yeah. It was a big dub for Uncle Joe.
Yeah, and so like obviously like Trump like just fails at this spectacularly, and the law is finally coming after him. They're charging him with conspiracy to defraud the United States, which again is the thing I didn't know you could do.
And Lance Armstrong got that, didn't he?
Did he? Oh
yeah,
shit!
Because USPS was his sponsor, so he was defrauding the federal government.
Oh shit! Yeah,
he was doping.
Yeah, that's the don't do post office.
So Trump's the first guy who's not rad to get charged with that. Sorry, James.
Okay,
I didn't.
I'm now leaving my job.
Yeah.
Sorry, everyone. I'm out.
No worries. So this one is specifically like impairing the election, like impairing like the votes of the presidential election. The first one is mostly, we'll talk about this more in a bit, like the illegitimate electors thing that he did. The second one is just him being charged for, they finally found a thing to charge him for doing January 6th, which was they charged him with like conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding. And then they got him also with obstructing an official proceeding, which again seems like a kind of like this is, I don't know. It's not quite getting Al Capone for tax evasion, but like you'd think they'd have something like more powerful
trying to overthrow the government.
Yeah, he
right?
tried to have himself installed as a dictator.
Attempting to make yourself a dictator. Bonapartism. Well, not really Bonapartism, but yeah. Like
sedition's right there.
Sedition, that's a
seems
fine
like
one.
a choice.
Yeah.
Right? Like it seems like a choice.
No, they got him on obstruction? It's like, okay, sure. I don't know. Like, this is... I feel like our I don't know, our legal system seems to be sort of woefully unprepared for this.
Well, yeah, it's not... Again, in fairness, everyone has, before Trump, was willing to play the game, right? Like, we are... Like, obviously, George W. Bush stole the fucking election. No argument there. So did Nixon. But they did it with enough plausible deniability, right? That the elites were, that there was not a fear among the quote unquote deep state or the people, the elites in this country, that like this would obviously be someone overthrowing the government, right? In Nixon's case, fucking LBJ like basically refused to go after him for breaking the law and extending the Vietnam War and committing treason because it would be bad in his view for the country. Horrible mistake, obviously. Yeah. And with George W. Bush, he had the court on his side, and it like so there was enough plausible deniability that it was not like it is with Trump, where he was just like, I'm going to have a mob, take the Capitol,
It's a dude in a yak hat.
I was thinking about this, like the last time someone actually did something like this, I think it was the corrupt bargain in like 1873, where just like there was this argument over
the
like
Wilmington coup.
but on the presidential level of literally someone like Rutherford B. Hayes famously they had basically this incredible thing where like both parties were like they couldn't decide who was supposed to count the votes, and whichever like part of the two parties counted the votes was going to declare that they won the election. And so they worked out this like they worked out this compromise where like the Republicans got Rutherford B. Hayes like in office, but they also ended Reconstruction. But that was a period that was long ago enough that like you could do that shit without like involving the courts or involving this sort of like massive state apparatus. And you kind of like can't, I don't know, you can't, outside of like Illinois, you can't really be that corrupt anymore. You have to sort of like,
there's a reason San Diego is called Enron by the Sea, Mia.
Yeah.
Look,
That's true.
Look, you have to respect, local culture with these kinds of things. And Illinois, it would actually be like an act of genocide to try to make Illinois politics not incredibly corrupt.
Oh yeah, I mean,
right? Like that's the destruction of a people.
Yeah, like one of the most hated political figures in like the entire history of Illinois was this like state senator who went down for corruption, but went down for like $100 of corruption and like despised, like one of the most hated political figures in Illinois because he only did $100 of crimes. Whereas like our current governor did like a bunch of really funny fraud and everyone loves him because it's hilarious. Where he took all of the bathrooms out of one of his houses so it wouldn't be classified as a house.
That's a hero.
That kind of
That's the guy you want in charge of your legislative system because he sees a loophole.
That's the guy, if we ever have a corruption Olympics, that's our only chance at beating the Russians.
Well, but here's the thing.
Illinois is going to be our dream team.
Like, I got to understand this.
Me and coach.
Pritzker is the least corrupt governor I've had in my lifetime. This is the least corrupt guy. He is like he is corrupt, but
a man
like
who never shits.
Yeah, it's I don't know.
Beautiful.
Illinois is sort of amazing. We should probably get back to this stuff. And so the last thing he got was they got him of like conspiracy against rights, or like a conspiracy against the right to vote and have your vote counted. Which sure, yeah, he
pretty
did that.
bad thing to do, I think. Conspiracy wise.
I mean, it's not good. Like all of the things that he like they're accusing of, like he pretty clearly did. Yeah. So I want to also talk about the way this has been being talked about in the media, because one of the things that's happening here, and this is sort of a trend with all forms of like things that are in the written language, is that everyone only reads the first like maybe one chapter or like especially the first couple of pages of something from any like written document. So this is why like all the like the like abandon all hope, ye who enter here, from Dante's Inferno. That's the reason that's the line everyone knows, because it's in like the first couple of chapters. And in this one, with this case, the thing that everyone got to was there's this very early part in the indictment where the guy's like, well, yeah, so like it is legal to like lie about the election. Like you have the free speech right to do that. But then also Trump knowingly lied about the election and used it to try to like do fraud. And everyone's getting really hung up on this thing about like trying to like the court having to prove that he knew he was lying, which is kind of like an incidental thing to the actual like the actual stuff he's getting charged for. We'll get into it, but like it's not just that he was lying, it's that he was like actively trying to get a bunch of state officials to like appoint him. Yeah, but you know, this has led to some just like absolutely hilarious shit from Republicans who are like, none of you can prove that Trump knew he was lying. Like, there's no way to know. Trump is so Trump that like you can't convict him of lying because he maybe you just didn't know.
It's like, yeah, guys, that may not be the defense you think it is.
No,
this motherfucker's so dumb.
You can't like this guy doesn't even know if he's full of shit.
So good.
It's like arguing that somebody who shoots 2 or 3 people to death is not guilty because he had his eyes closed, was pulling the trigger. He didn't know where he was shooting. You can't. That's not a crime.
The other one they've been pulling is the old like he didn't know it was illegal. Which I wish that was how the law worked.
That is absolutely not how the law works, homies.
But this is
you know who made that not how the law works, by the way.
Yeah,
you
like,
guys.
This is how you can tell that like none of these people have ever like had to deal with the legal system at all ever, except for maybe like I don't know, like 1 or 2 of these guys like probably caught weird charges for like unregulated securities selling or some shit, but like none of these people
whom amongst us, you know?
Yeah. But yeah, so the Republican side of it's been very funny. Okay, so before we get into what like specific things they're going after Trump for, I want to like talk about what Trump's actual plan was, because I think a lot of it's kind of been forgotten. So the first plan, and this is the part that is not actually in this trial at all, right? Like not really. Like there's his initial plan to steal the election was that. Okay, so one of the things that happened in 2016 was that like absentee voters not overwhelming, but absentee voters like swung enormously Democrat, right? And that was one of the things Trump had been using to prove there was like voter fraud or whatever. And then COVID happened, and so Trump had this like had a plan which was like he's like, okay, so on election night it's going to look like I won because they're only going to have counted. Like, they're only going to have counted the votes that were, like, done in person. And those are overwhelmingly Trump. And I remember, like, that night, like, having to tell all my friends, like, no, these are not the real results. This is just the in-person votes. The absentee votes are coming.
Yeah.
And his initial plan was to try to just, like, declare victory that night. Basically, try to declare victory immediately and then get everyone to stop counting. And that didn't work. Like, even Fox News wouldn't eventually, like, stop playing along with it. Like, this got them in huge trouble with Trump because they, like, called Arizona.
Yeah, he's still pissed about that.
Yeah. Now, and again, like this didn't work, so they didn't like. He's not being tried for that, even though that was also very blatantly an attempt to steal the election. What they are charging him for was so after so there was like that stuff, and there was all these like stop the vote mobs that kept showing up in places.
Yes, stop the count, right?
Yeah. It was like stop the count, but then also in some places they were like we need to count more, and some places you stop. Yeah, and it was like it was a whole thing. But, once that fails, right, Trump and his coup plotters are like legal people are just sort of like freestyling it. And that's the part where you get to the actual conspiracies that he's being charged with here. But before we get to those conspiracies, do you know what else is a conspiracy?
The existence of products and services which you think will improve your life.
How cheap they are. That's the conspiracy.
Yeah.
They've lowered the price so much it is illegal.
Mm-hmm.
Of all products and services.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, wow. That's
fascinating.
Deflation. Incredible news. We're back. I've got some good news for you. We are all sponsored this week by 3 shipping crates of illegal contraband Marlboro cigarettes that our buddy Jimmy over at the docks managed to get. So $6 a pack, guys. $6 a pack. Just send them to Jimmy at protonmail.com. He'll mail you cigarettes. You Venmo him the cash, he'll send you some cigarettes. There you go.
this is probably less illegal than anything we're talking about right now.
Yeah, almost certainly. Look, it's not against the law to sell cigarettes that you don't pay taxes on. I think we can all agree that that's fine.
Actually, no, you can do that in an airport.
Or manslaughter.
Mm-hmm.
I think you legally can do that if you're selling it in an airport.
If you're selling it in an airport, yeah, if it's duty free, right? And because I have such a childlike imagination, the whole world is really my airport. Ergo, we can always sell tax-free cigarettes here at Cool Zone Media.
That's why we have the small plane that takes off from Robert's house every day. It's like a remote control plane, but therefore he's exempt from all tax law.
It technically counts, and we are also allowed to run those Joe Camel ads again. So everybody who's 90s nostalgic, there you go.
The ones who made it.
All right, so the first conspiracy thing that he's getting charged with is the fake electors thing. He also has 6 unnamed co-conspirators, and we probably know who 5 of them are. So the first one obviously is Rudy Giuliani, who is having the time of his life ?
Oh, he is
he is melting
so funny.
live on TV. The second one's probably John Eastman, and this is interesting because Eastman is the guy who he's the legal mind behind January 6th, where he's the guy who thinks that he's found a loophole in the law that allows the vice president to refuse to certify the election.
Yeah.
And so this is, I want to make something clear at the outset. He does not have, Pence does not have the power to do this.
You're not allowed to do that.
No, you can't do this, right? This is, if Pence had gone along with this, that would have been a coup, right? That, they call this.
Yeah, that would have been a coup.
Lawfare, right?
There's not a clause in the Constitution that says, unless this guy doesn't want to have an election.
This is not.
Yeah. Right. It's some Admiralty flag tier fucking legal conspiracy.
That's
Reddit
not
shit.
really. Yeah.
Yeah,
guaranteed it came from Reddit before he found it. That's where it originates.
It's some real bullshit. This somehow again. This is the legal basis for what they were trying to do on January 6th. I don't know. Words fail me. Tragedy is farce of the Brooks Brothers riot, I guess. But this is farce number 3. I don't know.
I think the first one was Nixon extending the Vietnam War in order to win his election. The farce was the Brooks Brothers riot.
Yeah,
and now we're at lead poisoning brain damage stage.
Yeah, Marx. This is Marx failed to consider that you could have a third or fourth farce. He only got to one. So speaking of farce, so the third co-conspirator is probably Sidney Powell, who apparently the last I heard about Sidney Powell, he's currently owns a bed and breakfast and spends all of his time talking with his guests about the Trump administration. So things are going great for Sidney Powell, who is
honestly,
one of Trump's lawyers.
More or less what I would like him to do.
Yeah. I mean, if he can just keep sticking to doing that.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. So the fourth guy is Jeffrey Clark, who doesn't really matter. The fifth guy, I just want to okay. So I partially, there's only only really Giuliani, Eastman, and Powell matter. But the fifth guy is named Kenneth Chelsebro, which
that's okay. No, Mia, you're fucking with us now. That's not a name. That's not a name.
I got nothing. I don't know.
That is not a name.
They have dug up members of the old Boss aristocracy that I got nothing. I don't know.
I've never been this angry in my life. That's not a name.
Making shit up now.
Okay.
It's not Cheesebro. It's Chelsebro. I can't see this person's name. I've no idea.
It's Chese bro. Chesebro? I don't know. There's no version of how you say that name.
That's a town outside of Boston.
Yeah,
I know a guy from
something
Central California
like
with that name.
C-bro.
It's
okay, so we should also... Cheese? Really? That's so bad.
I know a guy from Central California with that name.
That is viscerally upsetting. Yeah. Okay, so speaking of viscerally upsetting, so we should remind everyone how we should remind everyone how American elections work, because it's really one of the worst systems anyone's ever developed. So, okay, so like as most people probably know, you don't directly elect the president. What you do instead is each state like you vote. Well, okay, so sorry, let's wrap this up. Each state selects electors. Now, there's nothing in the Constitution that says you have to select electors by like voting for them. It's just that every state chose to do that. There's like a whole crank theory of Republican like legal jurisprudence where they're trying to use that to be able to just like not have normal elections. But, you know, so because this is like dog shit, right? Like it's bad for a number of reasons. The first obvious one is that like this means the US does not have one person, one vote at all. Like the entire American political system is just a giant violation of the principle of one person, one vote, because people's votes are just worth more than others because of the electors. The second thing that's really bad, right, is again, like those individual electors can technically vote like however they want to. So you could be an elector who's supposed to vote for someone and then vote for someone else. It's actually happened. Although it wound up not mattering, but like one of Gore's electors, I think, defected to what's his name? The third guy who ran I can't remember his name.
Someone in 2016
the Green Party guy. Yeah.
Someone did it in 2016 as well, I think, rogue elector.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of like, I don't know if this is a good, I was going to talk about the difference between procedural and substantive democracy. I could talk about it now or later, but I think it relates to what you're talking about.
Sure. Yeah.
Go ahead and do it now. Throw it out.
Yeah. There were 10 in 2016. Wow. Faith Spotted Eagle is the one I'm thinking of. Someone voted for Faith Spotted Eagle. But yeah, okay, so one thing I wanted to talk about, like with relation to what you're saying, Mir, is like the difference between procedural and substantive democracy, because I think it's really important when we're looking at like what's happening in the US. So when we talk about like a lot of this language comes from the like 1990s obsession with transitions to democracy. That happened a lot in political science, right? Like and history to an extent, where we were looking at these like post-Soviet countries and post-colonial countries, and as they like moved towards this like what's considered a democracy in the kind of neoliberal frame, we talked about procedural and substantive democracy. So procedural democracy, the things which have the institutions and procedures in place. You vote. There are elections, the ballots are cast, and that results in this case, the electors going to the Electoral College, and the Electoral College delivers a president. And then substantive democracy is where people have a substantive say, a means of deciding who is in charge, right? Who runs the state. And the US is moving further and further from substantive democracy. Like, it's been interesting to see people bringing that, like, because, of course, that 1990s discourse was centered heavily in the US, right, as like the paragon of democratic virtue. And then it was used to condescend to other countries and be like, oh, you're not a fully consolidated democracy, right? Linz and Stepan, if people want to look up Linz and Stepan, if they're really bored, they can. But they talk about like a consolidated democracy being one where democracy is the only game in town. And all of this stuff like was heavily based on kind of aspiring to be the US, right? Countries in Africa or Eastern Europe aspiring to be an American democracy. And it's very funny now to see that the US doesn't fit most definitions of a substantive democracy or a consolidated one. Like, it's not the only game in town for millions of Americans anymore.
No.
And it's highly amusing.
My other favorite...
Yeah, amusing's what I would call it. Absolutely, James.
Yeah, it's funny. It's just funny. Nothing bad will happen. It's fine.
Yeah, my other favorite example of like those of like how bullshit those like democracy theorists were was like every single one of those people, the moment the Zapatista uprising happened, just like immediately shut the fuck up and never mentioned it ever. Like, it just does not come up like in the thing.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of them really had. A lot of them also were like too busy looking at things, and like in Spain, right? People looked at Spain's quote unquote transition as one of the earlier models, and then went on to model things off Spain. Spain is at best an incomplete transition now, right? People paying attention to the most recent elections will maybe have noticed this. Like, Spain is not a country where democracy is the only game in town, right? They had an attempted coup in 1981, and so like they're kind of looking backwards off something because Spain was satisfactorily democratic for them, but it certainly wasn't for a lot of Spanish people. So yeah, not a big fan.
Yeah,
well,
and
I don't know about you guys, but I think there's nothing wrong with the way we decide things are democracies.
Seems God gave it on the tablets to some old white men. who had slaves, and that is good.
Great.
Yeah, it's been funny also watching those people trying to like actually go back and look at like at what point the U.S. became a democracy in any real sense, and it's like really like if you're gonna do this seriously, you cannot argue that it was a democracy until like after Jim Crow. So like really like the 60s, and even then, so like I don't know, like there's been a lot of attempts to sort of make this stuff work, but then also you have all of this bullshit. Where again, like because it's based on this elector shit, you can like this is how Trump was able to like to try to do all of this very weird stuff, and this is the sort of this is the part where we get into like Trump's second plan, which his plan, and this is the one he's actually getting charged for. So his thing was he was trying to get states to just like ignore the popular vote and decertify. So there's this process where like there's a day on which like the like electors that do the electoral votes are like certified. And so he was trying to do a couple things. Before that, he was trying to like get the actual electors like not certified and then have like another set of electors appointed that would vote for him. And then that didn't work. And so he was trying to get, so like on that same day, there were also a bunch of slates of electors that like did like a fake appointment thing, basically like trying to claim they were the real electors. In a bunch of states?
Yeah, in Michigan or somewhere, right? Oh, okay.
But a couple of places, I think. Yeah.
And this one was funny, too, because, like, some of the people who were, like, were on these slates, like, didn't know that they weren't the real electors. Like, they had just been told that they were the real... So they, like, unwittingly were, like, part of this coup attempt. And so the indictment... So that's the second part. And so that also was kind of falling apart. And so then we get to the sort of third thing, which is this entire effort to get Mike Pence to not certify the election. Or so there's two versions of it. One was that he doesn't certify the election at all, and the second version of the conspiracy was like so there were these states set up where Trump had put like a second slate of electors, and the plan was to like have those were like contested states, and so the plan was to have Pence say that like none of those states had actually validly selected electors, so their votes don't matter, and then just like say that Trump won the election. And none of this makes any sense. And the reason this is like incomprehensible is that like none of this makes any sense, right? Like this is all just gibberish.
Because it's bullshit.
Yeah. But into this mess drops Danny Quayle. Now, I think everyone like, okay, so you two know who Danny Quayle is. I'm realizing I was running into people when I've been talking about this sort of story I'm about to tell who don't know who Danny Quayle is, and I feel I have a moral obligation to introduce this guy.
Yeah. Give the man his full name, Mia. James Danforth Quayle.
Oh, God, I didn't know his name was Danforth.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Normative determinism at its finest here.
Yeah.
So Quayle, I think, is probably most famous for. So he was George H.W. Bush's vice president, right? And so okay, so I want to tell the actual full. So the common version of the story that happens is that he didn't know how to spell potato, and that's true. But the actual story is so much funnier than that. So okay, Quayle is George H.W. Bush's vice president, right? It's 1992. Like they're like starting to go into election season.
Yeah.
And Quayle goes to like this spelling bee that's happening in this elementary school to like promote some random
horrible
project.
Horrible idea.
Yeah, and so so he asked this kid to spell potato, and the kid walks up and the kid spells potato correctly. This kid is like 8. Right, this is like a middle school. This kid is like tiny, and then Quayle looks at it and looks at apparently they had a card that was spelled wrong, but Quayle doesn't realize that the card's spelled wrong. So he goes to the board, he looks at the kid and goes, "Well, you need to add something to the end of it." And this kid is just baffled because he spelled potato correctly.
What do you mean? So what the fuck are you talking about? The vice president of the United... That kid's an anarchist now. Like, there's no way to...
Someone did a follow-up with him. Apparently, he's like a small business owner or something, and he just tells the story all the time.
Very funny, though.
But, okay, this was a period of American history.
Kid.
Like, this, like, is one of the reasons that George H.W. Bush didn't win re-election. Like, this broke 12 unbroken years of Republicans winning every single election.
Based. He does seem like a plant. Like I don't know if you've got some of his other ridiculous.
Oh yeah,
quotes,
I'm gonna read some of his
are,
quotes.
Okay,
so lest you think Quayle just had like one flub, like no, he's just like this. I'm gonna read a couple. So there's like a bunch of people who spent a bunch of time extensively documenting Dan Quayle quotes because that's what you did on the internet in the 90s.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. The Holocaust was an obscene period in our nation's history. I mean, this century's history. But we all lived in this century. I didn't live in this century.
I feel like I want to diagram that one. Like, what were you trying to get across there, Dan?
Yeah, well, cocaine was really kicking in.
He has this kind of, in the same way that Trump has like this cant in which he does all of his incomprehensible things, like Quayle also has a cant. Like he does this kind of thing where he does the like, he says a sentence and then he says, I mean something else. And it doesn't, none of them follows from the other one. So he has one of the other famous ones. Hawaii has always been a pivotal role in the Pacific. It is in the Pacific. It is a part of the United States. It is an island that is right there.
Wow.
Fuck me. That's very
now, Quayle
Trumpian,
famously went on to write large portions of Wikipedia, so that makes a lot of sense.
It's so good.
Yeah, Quayle's own Wikipedia calls him an intellectual lightweight and incompetent individual.
Well,
it's just not untrue.
Pretty hard to argue about that.
Yeah. Mars is essentially in the same orbit. Mars is somewhat the same distance from the sun, which is very important. We have seen pictures where there are canals, we believe, and water. If there is water, that means there is oxygen. If oxygen, that means we can breathe.
Oh, good. Okay, wow. There's a lot of science coming out in that statement.
This man was vice president of the United States. We have a firm commitment to NATO. We are a part of NATO. We have a firm commitment to Europe. We are a part of Europe.
Sure. Yeah.
He's so good.
Well, no, you see, Mia, you are not up on your geographic history because the mountain ranges in Scotland are the same mountain range as the Appalachians. So technically, we are in Europe.
Mm-hmm. In many ways.
Damn. Okay, I've been styled on by Dan Quayle.
There you go.
Yeah.
Now, okay, other than the fact that it's really funny, why am I talking about Danny Quayle? And the answer is that, okay, so remember, Trump needs, for his, like, completely nonsense thing to, like, even kind of go to the next step of failing, he needs to convince Mike Pence to not certify the election. And Pence is, like, legitimately going back and forward on this. He's having this, like, moral dilemma, and, like, he, like, wants to do it, but he's having problems making a decision. And so he calls his old friend Danny Quayle. And I think this is a really fascinating moment of sort of, like this. I think it's a really fascinating indication of like how off the rails everything has gotten since, well, really since 2016, but like 2020 sort of just like accelerates the magnitude of this, which is that like Quayle is like the human symbol of the decrepitness of American politics in the 80s and 90s, right? Like this is a guy who makes like senile Reagan look like a genius. And in 2020 and 2021, like Pence is supposed to be one of the like quote unquote adults in the room in 2020. And Pence goes to Quayle and is like, I need to do this coup. Like, I don't have a choice. I'm under so much pressure. And Danny Quayle, the man who can't spell potato, instantly is like, no, what are you talking about? Like, you can't do this coup. Like, you obviously can't do this. And Pence just like argues with him. He's like, no, like he keeps arguing with him. Like, no, I have to do it. And Quayle's like, what are you talking about? Like, of course you can't like not certify the election. Like, what are you doing? And this actually works. This convinces Pence not to actually certify the election. And so, we have reached a point in history where like you can make an argument. I don't think it's correct, but you can make an argument that Danny fucking Quayle saved the American Republic.
Yeah. He saved us from 2 Republican presidents.
What?
He's done better than Hillary Clinton.
I don't know. I can't get over that. Just like Danny Quayle is the voice of reason and moderation. And like, oh God, I don't know. This country.
It's bizarre. The whole thing is bizarre.
Yeah, it's bleak. We should do an ad break. I don't have a pivot there.
Speaking of auto gulp down these products automatically.
Magical.
And we are back to a bit more fraud. So, okay, the other thing is
fraud.
being
just like the
this
president.
Actually, wait, is this actually fraud? No, I guess this is the fraud one. It's still technically a fraud one. So
yeah, that's part of it at least.
Yeah, so we've reached the like third and fourth indictments. It's actually really funny. If you go read the thing, all of the actual text of the indictment with the evidence and stuff is all under the first indictment, and then the second, third, and fourth ones are like, yeah, go refer to X paragraphs of like the first one. So the second, third, and fourth like charges are like like one paragraph long. But basically, this is about the January 6th stuff. They spent a bunch of time listing like all of the random stuff that Trump said about the election that was not true. They also have a very funny list of all of the people who told him that like this stuff wasn't true, which includes Mike Pence, the leadership of the Justice Department, the director of national intelligence, the head of CISA, which is the Department of Homeland Security, cybersecurity agency, a bunch of White House attorneys, like his own staff, and all of his politicians were supposed to be backing him. He's like, every single person was like, this is not real. And Trump was like, no, hold on. We can still win the election. You know, okay, so there's like that stuff. And then there's the stuff that like he like specifically did to like try to pressure these state politicians into like certifying him as president. So like he had a bunch of calls, and like his like staff people had a bunch of calls where like they tried to get like the Speaker of the House in Arizona to do this by saying there was voting fraud, and the Speaker of the House was like, okay, we haven't found any fraud. I'm gonna read from the thing. Co-conspirator 2 concluded that he, quote, didn't know enough about the facts on the ground in Arizona, but nonetheless told the Speaker of the House to decertify and, quote, let the court sort it out. So again, this is the Roger Stone strategy, but done like so unbelievably poorly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of sort of like list. There's like all this list of like this, like Trump does like identical stuff in like Michigan and Pennsylvania. There's like that phone call in Georgia he gets in trouble for. Stuff in Wisconsin. There's another thing he tried to do, which I actually hadn't heard about this one. I don't know. It's either I just forgot it or I just never ran into it, where he was trying to like use Justice Department letterhead and like the signature of the acting attorney general to like send pretend to send a letter from the Justice Department to a bunch of states to tell them there was fraud and get them to like
amazing. My mom says I'm sick and I can't come to school.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, the problem is they try to.
There's a lot that's funny about that. I'm not gonna sit with things. We gotta pluralize that fucker.
It's so good, and the scheme falls apart because again, the guy Trump appointed as the acting attorney general is like, no, like you cannot use my name to say the fake letter for the Justice Department, and they keep trying to argue with him, and it keeps not working. And this is where we get to another part of this whole thing that this has been getting a lot of press attention, and it's interesting, but I think there's more to the story that people haven't been talking about, which is, so the guy who's probably Jeffrey Clark, like gets into an argument with the deputy White House counsel, and the deputy White House counsel is telling Jeffrey Clark, who I think is one of Trump's lawyers, is telling him like Trump can't stay in office. Like there's no version of this where Trump stays in office after like January 20th. And he says, quote, there would be riots in every major American city. And then the guy who's probably Clark says, quote, well, deputy White House counsel, that's why there's an Insurrection Act. And this is where we need to get to a couple of interesting parts of the story. One, to
be clear, when you're saying that's why we have an Insurrection Act, you're saying we can just shoot those people.
Yeah,
in the streets.
Yeah,
that is what that statement means.
Yeah,
yes, and that is what the stakes were. Everybody who was out in the streets in 2020 was aware of this.
Yeah,
yes.
and this is the thing I kind of want to talk about, which is that like part of the reason this coup fails is that. So Trump is talking about doing the Insurrection Act twice in 2020. Well, I guess once in 2020. I think this might have been the second time. Might have been 2021. But like in that last year, he tries to like use the Insurrection Act against the uprising in 2020. And his chief of staff, like a bunch of generals and his own chief of staff, like tell him to fuck off. And that's like part of the reason why this didn't happen, which is interesting because like, I don't know, like there have been times where the U.S. Army like has been deployed against like riots like this, right? Like this happened in the 90s. But in this situation, the Army just like absolutely completely refused to play ball. And we've gotten some really kind of interesting. So the other thing that's happening here is like just the complete hollowing out of journalism as an institution, where all of these people know all these journalists like know a bunch of incredibly important stuff, and they won't tell anyone because they're saving it for their books.
Yep, classic.
And and it's like among the things that we sort of learn in this period is like there's basically this like, I don't know what you call it, like. You could either call it like a quadumvirate, basically, or you could call it like a national unity government, which is in power for 2 weeks, basically, where Pelosi, Miley, who's the chief of staff, who's a general, like Mike Pence, Chuck Schumer, and Mitch McConnell, basically are like running the government for 2 weeks because they've successfully put together this counter coup where the military has refused to like go along with Trump, like trying to overthrow the government. And this is very deeply, I don't know, there's some very deeply interesting stuff here where there's a book called I Alone Can Fix It, which a couple of journalists are coming out with. And there's some interesting quotes from it, from specifically General Mike Miley, who's like the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who was appointed by Trump, by the way. This is an important thing because like Trump, there's like 7 guys who are like absolute ghouls, like Mike Pompeo, like CIA ghoul, who just like look at this coup and are like, no. And Miley stuff is wild. Like Miley directly in meetings is comparing Trump to Hitler. Yeah. He says, quote, "This is a Reichstag moment," Miley told aides, "the gospel of the Führer."
And I talked about this a little bit earlier. There are some unconfirmed reports that Miley and a number of other like U.S. military high-ranking officers basically had like a book club. And one of the books they went through in 2020 was a book about the Nazis' rise to power in Germany. I kind of suspect it might have been Death of a Democracy because that was big at the time. But it would make sense because he's talking in substantial detail about, like, you can tell he's very focused in this period on Nazis taking over the government. Like, he talks about it a lot.
Yeah, and he has, I'm going to read a couple other quotes from him. He has this thing where I think he's talking to Pompeo here, where he's talking about like this coup, and he says, they may try, but they're not going to fucking succeed. He told them, you can't do this without the military. You can't do this without the CIA and the FBI. We're the guys with the guns. And he's right about this. And this is a really crucial thing that Trump fucks up about how to do a fascist coup, is that you can't actually, like, fascist coups don't work without the at least passive acquiescence of the state. Like, if the state tries, if the army tries to stop you, your coup is not going to work. Right, unless you're someone like Franco who like has control of a huge portion of the army. If you try to do one of these sort of weird paramilitary things and the army just says no, like you're screwed. And this I think was always part of Trump's sort of problem, was that like, you know, if he'd sort of spent his time consolidating the kind of like fascist institutions the neocons set up, right? Like if he'd spent his time like, you know, actually developing loyalty in the FBI and the CIA and like going through and like turning Department of Homeland Security, like, you know, into like an even more fascist organization, he might have been able to do this. But like at the very end, like you have Miley saying, this is on exercises right before the inauguration. He says, quote, "Here's the deal, guys. These guys are Nazis. They're Buchler boys. They're Proud Boys. These are the same people we fought in World War II, Miley told them. Everyone in this room, whether you're a cop, whether you're a soldier, we're going to stop these guys to make sure we have a peaceful transfer of power. We're going to put a steel ring around this city and the Nazis aren't getting in." Like, somehow,
you know what? Credit where guys, it's due. That's a pretty cool thing to get to have said.
It's wild. Somehow, like all
basically him and Zukov.
Yeah, it's like somehow like all of like suddenly like the American, like all of like the senior command of the American army suddenly turned into like 1942 American generals. Mm-hmm. It's like, I don't know. I guess
I try to say this. I try to bring this up a lot to like more radical folks. If you want to get a lot of like the centrist lib types on your side, you could do a lot worse than hearkening back to that whole World War II thing. There's a lot of propaganda invested in getting guys like Milley to want to feel like that. So, and in this case, it worked out for us.
Yeah, apparently, I don't know. Lib Antifa has pulled one out, I guess.
It's certainly better than if the head of the military had been like, I guess I'm fine with this, so I don't know. Whatever.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I have no complaints, re his performance in that specific moment. Other than that, they did actually get in, so whatever. Like,
but that was afterward, right?
This was
between the
after
6th and the 20th.
This was on like the 14th,
yeah.
when they were drilling for the inauguration.
When they stuffed the Capitol with National Guard soldiers like a sausage.
Yeah.
It was just full of them.
I guess it worked. I don't know. My other conclusion from this, though, is when you have reached the position of, like, you're trying to figure, like, your top generals are trying to figure out who has enough guns to figure out whether a coup can happen. Like, things are not good. This is a bad sign, TM, for
it's
democracy.
Not good. Like, as nice as it is to hear that Milley understood the stakes, which is good. It's good that he understood the stakes given his position. It's not good that, like, so much came down to the fact that a couple dudes didn't suck in this specific way.
Yeah.
Like, that's not a great sign for stability of democracy. Yeah.
Because no one voted for Miley. Like,
that's unsettling.
The whole democratic system was more or less at the edge of failing, and a dude who was good at war stepped in and was like, we don't want to do this.
And this is one of those things, right? We know what this looks like with Bush. Where, like, if you actually know how to press the buttons of the system right, you can do this. But Trump just, like, didn't have enough control of the state apparatus and tried to sort of replicate it with street violence, and that just didn't work.
Trump's problems here are twofold. One of them is that he is not capable of loyalty to anyone or anything else, whereas a guy like George W. Bush is, which means he's capable of getting teams together who are willing to take who are willing to go out on a limb for him to some extent. And Bush also is system loyal. Now, that doesn't mean he's not willing to fuck with the system for his own benefit, but he has a vested interest in the system continuing more or less the way that it has, right? As opposed to breaking it specifically forever for his own power. He was not a guy who was interested in staying in office forever. I don't say this to defend the man. He killed hundreds of thousands of people minimum. But because he was willing, he had a degree of loyalty to the system as it was seen by most people. There was not this kind of rebellion from sort of within it, right? Like, in fact, that deep state was largely sympathetic with him. They were willing to go with, like, the fucking around with the election as long as, the broader structures that had given them a place to exert power and influence remained intact. And Trump was basically saying, if Milley had gone with this, if everyone had gone with this, what you are accepting is that nothing matters but this guy's opinion, right? There's not actually any sort of power in the system that you have risen to the top of. There's not any sort of power in these unelected structures within the system that you clearly think are important because they are where you have seen success, right? Like, and frankly, people aren't willing to do that sort of thing. And also, you're fighting against a lot of people who want to, whatever fucked up things they are willing to do, they have a lot emotionally invested in the idea that they serve a democracy. Now, is that a morally flawless idea? Are they always, in fact, like, no, of course not. Like everyone, they're hypocrites to certain extents, but you can't push them that far. Like, Bush pushed them about as far as you can push people like that, right? This Trump didn't have any respect for dressing it up right. And he didn't have any respect for the thing that they were a part of. And so, of course, a lot of them didn't go with him.
Yeah, and I think this gets back to something I've talked about a bit with what the neocons were doing, which is that the neocons are about, like, the state of exception, right? They're about this, like, we've had the war, we now have the war on terror, we've had 9/11, and that means the country's in this state where, like, we have the power to be, like, the people inside the system who are not bound by it, who can do whatever you want. And, like, that is... Yeah. Descriptively, right? Like, this is, both Carl Schmitt, the, like, Nazi jurist, like, that was explicitly, like, his model of how you do fascism, right? Yeah. And it's also like something, but the thing is, again, like, that's a very different thing than what Trump was doing, right?
Yes.
Like, Trump wasn't doing this thing where he, like, uses the apparatus of the state. He was doing a different kind of basis of fascism.
This is what a lot of people don't understand about the Nazis, is that when Hitler took power, and for the first half to 2/3 of his time in power, he was very much concerned about the military and constantly making exceptions and altering and moderating aspects of his policy in order to keep the military on his side. And that continued, depending on kind of where you want to put it, either up until the Anschluss or up until the invasion of Poland, really to a significant extent. Whereas Trump did not, again, there's no sort of, he has no sort of respect. And I'm not saying like you should have respect for the military.
No.
But I'm saying that because he did not
notice their power.
The fact that he did not, or the FBI for that matter, is one of the reasons why this didn't work for him.
Yeah, and this was always kind of a problem that he has ideologically, which is like one of the things that makes him popular is he was running like against the deep state, right? And I know lots of people I don't like the intelligence agencies. Like the intelligence agencies can fuck off. The fact that the intelligence agencies finally found a coup they wouldn't support, like, it's not a sign that they're good. But the problem with yeah, but like the problem with this is like Trump is he wins the primary like very explicitly by running against a lot of he by name running against neoconservatism. You can argue the extent to which he actually broke with it in terms of like appointing like Gina. He puts a bunch of neocon ghouls like back in power, right? But like nominally he's running against that specific thing, and it turns out that like if your appeal is being a nominally anti-systemic force, and then you have to try to use those systems to stay in power, it's like, well, this happens. Like now you are getting charged by Jack Smith and you have like 78 counts against you instead of you are now the Führer.
Yeah, a lot of it is, first off, people want to be able to believe nice things about themselves. And Trump didn't really give them the option of doing that.
No.
And second of all, people who achieve this kind of level within the system want you to treat the system they've succeeded in as if it matters. Like, it's that simple, I think, in a lot of ways.
They want to feel validated and valued. And he was just like, no, fuck you all, I'm doing my coup. And then was genuinely shocked when people are like, well, we ain't coming with you, bro. We're on your own.
I really feel no desire or no impetus to move with you. Yeah.
I don't think this is a good idea.
Yeah, so I don't know. We'll see what happens with these indictments. I don't know. I genuinely.
This is the important.
Yeah, this is the one that matters.
Of all the indictments, this is the one that matters.
Yeah,
I don't know. We'll see if this actually substantively plays a role in the election. I mean, I don't think there's a possibility that I can cost Trump the primary. But
no.
Yeah,
nothing but like a heart attack could do that.
Yeah.
But it is. I will say I had some other stuff prepared that I think we'll move to another episode just because of how this has gone. But I do want to note. I want to talk a little bit at the end here about is this going to matter like electorally for Trump? Yeah. Right? Is this going to have an impact on his chances of winning the general? I think we're all agreed it's not really worth talking about the primary. He's going to win the primary barring an act of God. And that's where Anyway. So there's some info on this. Basically on March 29th, he was averaging about 45% in national primary polls, which is, I'm bringing up here because they help show the impact of the indictment because you don't have a lot of national polls from that time, a national like general election polls. So 45% in March. After his first set of indictments in April, he was up to 54%. So that first set of indictments did not harm him, may have helped him consolidate power, may have like activated a chunk of his base. The second indictment did not work the same way, though. After June 8th, when it was reported that he was being indicted for the classified document shit and obstructing justice and getting them back.
The second indictment hit the towers.
His average support in the primary fell. Not by a massive amount, by a couple of percentage points, as did his average net favorable rating. So you saw at least he hit a wall and bounced back a little bit. Not massive, not a sea change, but enough to show that it's not accurate to say voters don't care. It's more accurate to say, based on what we've seen so far, voters seem to care differently about different indictments. And I want to read a quote from a 538 article about his indictment polls here. Although we can't prove that all these shifts happened because of the indictments, the difference in reaction at least suggests that Americans are drawing distinctions between Trump's various legal troubles, and other polling backs that up. According to a YouGov Yahoo News poll from July 13th through 17th, 50% of registered voters considered falsifying business records to conceal hush money payments to a porn star to be a serious crime, but 64% of registered voters consider it a serious crime to take highly classified documents from the White House and obstruct efforts to retrieve them. Similarly, a June 22nd to 26th poll from the Associated Press NORC Center for Public Affairs Research found that only 35% of U.S. adults thought Trump did something illegal when it came to the hush money payments, but 53% thought he did something illegal with regards to classified documents found at his Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida. By this logic, this third indictment could be even more damaging to Trump than the one involving classified documents. According to the same YouGov Yahoo News poll, 69% of registered voters considered it a serious crime to attempt to obstruct the certification of a presidential election, and 71% said the same about conspiring to overturn the results of a presidential election. So it's going to take us
troublingly low number, but yeah,
I wish it should be higher. You would think,
yeah.
But that does suggest that this could do him some damage, and especially since all of this is going to keep getting litigated, right? Like, fucking people who have a decent lawyer and get arrested for like a DUI can drag a court case out for a year. This will be going on during the election. It may hurt him. Again, I'm not willing to like say, oh, this is gonna fuck make it impossible for him to get. I don't think the data suggests that, but there's I think a pretty good chance that this is a net negative for him in terms of the election. And broadly speaking, we gave the Dems a lot of shit for a couple of years for not doing enough to actually seriously strike back at the Republican authoritarian outreach. And so it would be unfair of me to not say it's good that they're doing this. Like, it's good that he's facing legal trouble for what he's done. That's not enough to stop him. That's not enough to stop the Republican Party, but it is good that this has been done.
Yeah. It's progress. Shame it wasn't earlier.
Should have been earlier,
happening during the election is a major L in terms of how he can spin this.
Yeah, I think that was probably a strategic error.
But grand juries take forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the other thing that's happened is there's been all of this time for sort of the Republican PR machine to like spin all of the stuff that happened, and and I think like part of what's been happening in the last 3 years is like everyone kind of just like collectively forgetting what actually happened during 2020 and how absolutely nuts it was, and everyone's sort of going back and pretending that like things are sort of like normal now, and it's like no, we're still living in the eternal 2020, and everything is still absolutely nuts, but. I don't know. It's like there's been this incredible sort of like normalization effort, both by Biden and also like by the Republicans, to make it seem like this was like a normal thing that happened, as opposed to like the immediate wake of it, where everyone was like, "What the fuck?" So, hopefully, not too little, too late. Hopefully, this does something, but
we shall see.
Yes, indeed. All right. Well, everybody, I guess go back to paying rent and stuff. I'm sure 2024 will be fine.
Yeah, there won't be any problems.
There's 15 more months of this, by the way.
Kids, pets, life, your sofa sees it all. But with a washable sofa, stains don't stand a chance. All of our sofa collections come with fully machine washable covers and cushions, making cleanup effortless. Liquid and stain-resistant fabrics provide extra protection against everyday messes. Plus, with modular designs, you can rearrange your sofa however you like. Perfect for growing families and changing spaces. Starting at just $699, it's time to upgrade to a stress-free, mess-proof sofa. Visit WashableSofas.com today and save. Offers are subject to change, and certain restrictions may apply.
Pro drivers live for race day, but for small business owners, every day is race day. That's why going pro with Lenovo Pro matters. One-on-one advice, IT solutions, and customized hardware powered by Intel Core Ultra processors keep your business on the right track. Business goes pro with Lenovo Pro. Sign up for free at lenovo.com/pro.
Lenovo. Let's talk about modern home shopping. It's sort of become a fun side hobby, right? Scrolling listings at night, dreaming about kitchens you've never seen, or backyards you haven't even stepped foot in, all from the comfort of pretty much anywhere. Redfin knows a lot of people like you want to own, but are stuck in this browsing mode loop. That's where Redfin flips the script. With listings that update within minutes and tours you can book right from the Redfin app, you can see your dream home the moment it appears. Now, liking a listing is easy, but actually landing it, that's where Redfin comes in. Redfin has over 2,200 agents with local expertise. And Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents. That means they want to help you win, not just window shop. Redfin is built to help you go from just looking to wait, this could actually be home. So become the newest neighbor on the block. Visit redfin.com to start finding and start owning. That's redfin.com.
Hi everyone, it's me, James, today, and I'm joined by Glenn Pyle, who's a professor of molecular cardiology and a member of the IMPART network at Dalhousie Medicine. Glenn, thank you so much for joining us. Is there anything I missed out, first of all, in your bio there that might be relevant for people?
No, I think that's it, short and sweet. We don't need all the details, for sure.
Thank you. Yeah, so what we're here to talk about today is these the phenomenon, I suppose, of sudden cardiac arrest, specifically like in young people and young athletes, because as many of you will have been aware, this has been increasingly an area in which anti-vaxxers and conspiracy theorists have been trying to leverage what is an unfortunate but not unprecedented cardiac arrest. Like in this case, most recently, Bronny James, but it's happened before in a number of sports. And they've been trying to leverage this as quote unquote, like proof or evidence that vaccines are killing otherwise healthy young people, which is nonsense. And I can tell you it's nonsense, but someone who can tell you from a much more informed perspective is Glenn. So Glenn, could we start out by maybe talking about like how common this sudden cardiac arrest in young athletes is, and what hypotheses we might have as to what causes it?
Sure. Well, I mean, first of all, if we look more broadly, it's very common. I'm from Canada, and we have about 35,000 of these every year. Within young athletes, data out of the US says that about 2,000 die every year from sudden cardiac arrest, and 2/3 of these young people do so during some sort of exercise or sporting event. So in the grand scheme of things, when you have a country of several hundred million people, 1,000 or so deaths like that is by proportion relatively small, but we've known about this for a long time, and these numbers actually really haven't changed very much in decades.
Okay. So yeah, there's obviously been no particular increase due to COVID vaccinations because they're unrelated. I wonder actually, is there evidence, I think I've read some stuff that having COVID or having had COVID multiple times might increase your risk for cardiac arrest. Is that true?
Yeah, so broadly, so they haven't looked specifically at cardiac arrest because cardiac arrest typically is and a lot of times the end result of a number of different conditions. So cardiac arrhythmias are known to be increased. A Patone study showed that, I guess a year and a half ago by now, certainly early in the pandemic, one of the first signs we were seeing people who were being infected were having heart attacks, developing heart failure. These things end in cardiac arrest. The most common cause are cardiac arrhythmias. The Patone study showed, and every time I talk about this, I have to go back and look because the increase was several hundred-fold after COVID. And so I have never really seen anything like that before. So arrhythmias are relatively common in the world of cardiovascular disease. And the fact that COVID, the infection, actually increases it, but the vaccines do not, means that the risk for sudden cardiac death really would be highest amongst those who are infected, not those who get vaccines.
Okay. Do you know offhand if when we have that maybe this was too early in the pandemic to tell, like that risk that comes with having COVID, right, for having arrhythmia afterwards, is that risk mitigated by if you're vaccinated and then you get COVID?
So yes, there's been some more recent studies because obviously early in the pandemic when we didn't have the vaccines, we couldn't answer that. And then early after vaccines, we're looking at things like infections and some of these cardiac issues may not arise until even after the infection is cleared. So we see that in people with long COVID, for example, cardiac issues are most common. And so we've seen in some recent studies that people who are and even what they described as partially vaccinated, so 1 or 2 doses, had a reduced risk of what we call MACE, which is a major adverse cardiovascular event. And so that's an all-encompassing term, which would be things like stroke, heart attack, things like that, those major cardiac events. That's data that's come out earlier this year, within the last year, a couple of studies.
Okay. So circling back to those cardiac arrests and I guess more broadly like cardiac issues in young people and specifically in young athletes, it's something I'm familiar with a background in cycling. Like I've known people die of cardiac arrest who are otherwise extremely fit. No, I wouldn't necessarily say like sometimes being fit and being healthy are not the same thing. Certainly at the very like pointy end of endurance sport, I think the fittest people are not necessarily the healthiest. But very fit, sometimes very healthy people have friends of mine have had these issues. Is in those cases, I don't know, we might not know, I don't know. Is being an athlete like increasing someone's chance of having those cardiac arrests, or is it that they have some kind of pre-existing condition that's just been underlying for a while?
Yeah, so that's a good question. What we do know, and this is all data from pre-COVID, so it's not something that's been impacted by the pandemic or vaccines. We do know that the rate of sudden cardiac death in the general population is about 1 in 100,000, and that in athletes, which is a very broad term, and we can get into that, how do we define an athlete and things like that, is anywhere from 2 to 4 times the rate. That's groups of athletes. Subsections are actually higher. So we know the rate is higher in these athletes, typically these high performance athletes. Why that is, that's an interesting question. It could be the training, for example, puts a stressor on them. So they may have a pre-existing condition. They may have a cardiac arrhythmia like long QT syndrome or even something called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. Sometimes they know about it, and sometimes they don't. And then the training on top is enough of a trigger. So one of the examples I use in my class is Anthony Van Loo's a soccer player. I believe it was in the Netherlands he was playing. He had a known cardiovascular condition. So he had what's called an ICD, or an implanted cardio defibrillator, while he was playing, and he suffered sudden cardiac death on the field. Okay. There's actually video of it, and that shocked him back into rhythm. So some of these people may not know and discover in the course of training, and some may know and opt to take that risk anyway, and then it's the training or the competition that brings it out. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I have a very good friend with an ICD. It's certainly been at the end of a very difficult process for him to have that, and involved lots of lifestyle changes. So what exactly is an athlete in these studies? Like, is that someone who goes to a gym twice a week? Is it someone putting in 20 hours on the bike? Like what?
So most of the studies that we're talking about, so I assume we're not talking about the people who are claiming that the vaccines are linked to athletes, because they have a very different definition. I can talk about that. Most of these studies that we're dealing with, where we get these rates that are 2 to 4 times higher than the general population, or what they refer to as competitive athletes. So for people in the U.S., these would be your NCAA or college athletes. Some of them are professional athletes, soccer players in the British League and things like that. So these are people who play at a competitive level. Oftentimes they're making a living. I mean, you can argue whether college athletes are making a living out of this, but there's some high level of competition in these athletes. That's generally the people that these studies are based on, not the guy who goes to the gym twice a week or something like that.
Okay. Yeah. So fairly elite. What is it that you were saying that's different from the claims that these anti-vax people or vaccine skeptics or whatever, people who want to say that vaccines are killing people, which isn't true. What's sort of the definition that they're using, or what's the claim that they're making, I guess?
Well, they really don't have a definition is the problem. So they'll use the term athletes, and I think most people, maybe you don't see an athlete as necessarily being a college or professional level. It could be like a high school athlete who's competing, once or twice a week or whatever, and that's fair. But when you look at the lists that they have, I mean, I've talked about this recently in the Died Suddenly movie, documentary, whatever you want to call it.
Oh yeah.
The list of people that they have on there, for example, they have musicians, they have a Thai princess on there, so a princess from Thailand on there, and they also have people who died of cancer, someone who got an eye injury. So I'm not really sure, first of all, what their definition of athlete is. I'm not sure what their definition of sudden cardiac death is when you have people dying of cancer or suffering an eye injury. Like that, those are not related at all. There was an earlier list, I think it's related to the Good Sciencing. I wrote about this probably a year or so ago. I went through the list of people that they had on. At the time, there was about 100, just a little over 100 people that they claimed died. There were soccer referees on there. There were retired athletes. There were people, one guy was out for a hike. He was listed there. Now, you could argue a soccer referee is athletic, certainly, running around the pitch doing that. I could see that, but that person died at home in their sleep, not in competition. The retired soccer player had been retired for 6 or 7 years. So even in the cases where they have athletes, they're really stretching what we would define as an athlete.
Right. Yeah. I wonder, is there data to show that like overall mortality is lower in people who are vaccinated than unvaccinated? Like, does that exist yet?
Yeah. So that's what some of these studies that I talked about that were done earlier this year. It was a JACC study, the Journal American College of Cardiology, showed that even people who are partially vaccinated, there's a reduction in these cardiovascular complications. And the JAMA study, which was done earlier, specifically focused on AMI, so the heart attacks, acute myocardial infarctions, and stroke, also lower risk.
You were saying earlier that there might be some sports that had even higher rates than those ones you mentioned overall for athletes. What sports are those?
Yeah, so the one that's been raised recently is basketball. They were, at least in some of these studies done in the U.S., much higher than other sports. Yeah, so I mean, basketball can be an aerobic event in that you're running back and forth, up and down the court quite frequently, but it's punctuated by these bursts of sprints and things like that, which some have speculated that might kind of be the issue, right? That you don't settle into just a simple rhythm. I'll say simple rhythm, like riding a bike it's not as obviously simple as you describe it. But at least potentially there's periods of time when you can sort of get into a rhythm and stay there. And here it's rest periods punctuated by these rapid bursts. And so there's the possibility that may be related there.
Okay, and so that might be why that there are higher death rates there.
It's possible, yeah. They're not sure why these things happen to specific sports. Yeah.
Okay. Are our friends in the anti-vax community sure in their own minds why these happen? Like, do they have some kind of hypothesis they're advancing?
No, so this is a good point. They'll say it's the spike protein. I'm sure I've heard that raised before, but they don't really explain beyond that. What's interesting about the spike protein in the vaccines is it's been modified to not be active. And so you have the spike protein in the virus, which causes injury. And yet they don't seem to acknowledge that could cause these issues. And yet the spike protein in the vaccine, which has been designed to limit that injury, somehow overcomes that and actually causes the injury that's not associated with the infection. Like none of it makes sense, right? Like you have to live in these parallel worlds that don't ever mix.
Right. Yeah. So they're suggesting that this protein, which is a modified version of the one that's already in the virus, but it's non-harmful, whereas the one in the virus is harmful because of the modification.
Yeah, certainly a good number of people who don't like the vaccines also claim that COVID itself is really not much of a threat. And then, so again, I don't see how they can reconcile these points, right? Especially when you're arguing about the same protein, one of which has been modified to be less active, and yet you're saying the less active one is actually more dangerous. It just doesn't make any sense.
Right. Yeah, and I think it's kind of not. I don't know. I think people maybe come to it with a sort of predetermined desire to conclude that the vaccine is dangerous. I wonder, I'm familiar with sudden cardiac death from my time cycling, and I remember in the early 2000s there was this idea that people were dying because their blood had turned, quote, I'm quoting from newspaper articles at the time, to treacle, and had become so thick that their heart couldn't pump it anymore. And that this was causing people to die, and the reason that they died was because they were taking excessive amounts of blood boosters like EPO, or exogenous EPO. And so I this wasn't true, at least to my knowledge. I don't think any of these people had tested positive. None of them had autopsies that suggested that this is why they had died. But it seems to me that there's this natural desire to try and explain away these deaths of what people who are at the peak of their physical lives, right? People in their teens and 20s who are extremely fit, who we can see doing amazing things. It doesn't sort of line up for us when they die. It doesn't line up with what we think a healthy person is and what we think a cardiac patient is. And so it seems to me that we create these explanations. Is that something you've seen in other areas, before the COVID vaccine? Were there other sort of conspiracies or just ways to try and explain this away?
Well, I don't know about conspiracy. I mean, I think people understandably have a hard time reconciling what you just said. Right? You have elite cyclists, or whatever sport it is. I mean, cycling is good because aerobically they have to be very fit, and then they die potentially of a cardiac condition, right? So that makes no sense. So the easiest thing, like you said, is to well, they must be doping, they must be taking steroids, something that's going to harm your body, and so that has to be the explanation, because it's easy. That's a simple way to get to this. The reality is that a good number of these people have underlying cardiac conditions. I don't necessarily mean a lot of cyclists have that. What I mean is the people who have these sudden cardiac deaths have undiagnosed cardiac conditions, long QT. There's a condition called CPVT, something like that. And so they're relatively, I'll say, benign. CPVT isn't necessarily, but it's triggered. These things are triggered by stressful events like exercise and things like that. And so they may live a good part of their life in our seemingly in good health, and then the first sign for many of these people is death. That's the real challenge in dealing with these cases that lead to sudden cardiac death, because that's the first symptom. People don't feel tired. They don't, have chest pains like having a heart attack or anything like that. It's simply something happens, the wiring goes off in the heart, and you put the exercise on top of it, and they die. It's not just these athletes. You'll have somebody who has a change in one of their genes. They're perfectly fine. They live into their 60s and then they suddenly die. Well, what allowed them to live 60 years with, no symptoms? We don't really know, but it's not uncommon that the first symptom is death in these people. So your friends there who, it's easiest to accuse them of doping, because certainly a lot of us talked about it at the time, as I'm sure you knew about it. There's no secret. So we connect those dots, right? We can see that. Let's connect them. We can't see long QT, so we don't know what long QT syndrome is for a lot of people. It's hard to make that connection when you don't know.
Yeah, and it's hard from the perspective of being someone's friend, or I can only imagine what it's like for their families to have this, I guess, them be sort of libeled after they die, or sort of accused of something that they may, or in many cases, I don't think did do. It must be very difficult to deal with that on top of losing someone you love.
Yeah, well, and we're seeing that again here with the people who oppose the vaccines, which is either they're assuming things or they're speculating on things, and unless you're in the circle of care, you don't know what's going on. So you talked about LeBron James' son here. Does he have an underlying condition? We don't know, and it's really not helpful for me to sit here and say, well, he could have long QT, he could have CPVT, like here, to speculate like that.
Yeah,
I can talk about what are some things that lead to these conditions generally in people, but I don't know anything about his health, and so it's not helpful for me to sit here and speculate on that while his family and he himself is trying to sort of get through that. That's I'm sure that's upsetting for them. So I'm not sure why people feel the need to do that, except to advance their own agenda, right?
Yes, yeah, I think that is the case. So let's talk a little bit about how we can, I guess, mitigate these risks that exist. I remember one year getting a license in Spain, and they make you take a cardiac stress test there. Like you ride your bike on a treadmill and they just ramp it up until your heart rate's in the 190s or whatever. And I don't know what they were doing, but they made us. I think that may only have been for like elite athletes, but they made us all do that. Is that something where, if there was one of these underlying risk factors that you mentioned, would it be spotted on a test like that?
Yeah, that's a little bit of a controversial area. So I noticed you said in Spain, in Europe, the consensus is that athletes need to go through these, what we call pre-screening, ECGs. So you were probably had electrodes on your body. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so that's a simple non-invasive test. And so you're right. Because some things you can pick up just rest. But some of these things don't appear until you stress the individual. And so they'll look for rhythm problems. The other test is what we call echocardiography, which is basically an ultrasound of the heart. And there you can look at function, but you can also look at structure, because there's a condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy that's relatively common in athletes. It's more common there, and that accounts for about 50% of these sudden cardiac deaths. And so you can pick that up on an ECG, but you can also pick it up using ultrasound. So if you scan the heart, you see that it's very large. That would be a diagnosis. So first, in Europe, they do that. In North America and Canada and the United States, they do not. The concern is, there's a couple of concerns. One is the price. So you're screening large numbers of athletes to pick out a relative small number who may be affected. It's crude, but that is an argument that people make. So I guess the question comes down to how much is life worth to you and how much do you want to spend. So there is that. But there is another issue, which is what they call false positives. So, had you been diagnosed as having a condition, then you maybe pulled out of training for a little while they do more tests and stuff like that. But that could be very stressful on you. And so the view in North America is there's an unacceptably high number of those false positives, and so they feel that it's not worth doing. The other issue, so I'm not sure, when did you do this screening? Was it like 20 years or?
No, 10 years ago, probably like 2010, 2011.
Okay. Yeah.
Somewhere around there.
So one of the issues that we have is when you have these high performance athletes, their hearts change. They get bigger, they get more efficient, their rhythms change, and they have conditions that we would pick up on ECGs and echo that would be considered pathological, right? But because they're athletes, these are changes that do occur in athletes as their heart remodel, and they're not a sign of disease, right? If you took someone who wasn't highly fit and had, so for example, if you screen someone's heart and you saw that it was very large and they didn't exercise, you might be concerned. But if you're, an elite cyclist where your heart gets very big, it's going to be bigger. And so what we have struggled with for a number of years is what is normal in the athlete that would be considered abnormal in the general population. Italy has done a really good job on this. So start going back into the 1980s, they started to collect data because that's what we need, right? We need data from athletes. And they created a huge database, which I actually use in my class now to teach and say, if you have an athlete and you see these things, these are things we wouldn't be concerned about. Or here's some markers where we might be concerned. And so we have to look further. And then here's some things where it doesn't matter whether you're an athlete or, someone who sits on their couch all day, that's a problem. But without that data, we didn't have that ability. And so I think the last time is 2018, the Europeans updated their criteria. And each time they update it, we add new things or modify things that are in there. So you would have had abnormal things. You may have had abnormal things on your ECG that the cardiologist would have looked at and said, well, according to our athlete standards, that's okay, and we're going to ignore it. And we didn't have that until relatively recently.
Okay. Yeah, I do remember things like having a resting heart rate, which would be considered pathologically or dangerously low. So with the thing I would get a lot.
Bradycardia. So it's called bradycardia. It's obviously very common, right? And so I give an example in my class every year where you have an athlete, their heart rate can be 40 beats per minute, so I said, you would ignore that. You go, well, they're an elite cyclist. I get that. And I give an example where it's a woman, she's 63 years old, and her resting heart rate is 42 beats a minute. She doesn't do any exercise. And the physicians are like, oh, she must be very healthy. I'm like, no, that's not normal. And so it turned out, so the reason they flagged her was because she kept passing out because she was bradycardic, and she eventually broke her nose and was sent to the hospital. They did a genetic test and found that she had a cardiac arrhythmia, right? So what I always teach my students is don't just look at the monitor, look at your patient, right? So when your heart rate's 40 beats a minute and they're cycling away and, doing all these, he's like, yeah, well, that person's very fit. And it's like, when you look and they're 80 years old and they're passing out, 40 beats a minute is not normal, right? And so we don't need real high standards for some of these things, but some of them we did.
Yeah. And I wonder, people listening will probably be sufficiently afraid now, but or not, hopefully not too afraid, but lots of people these days are monitoring their heart rate all the time, right? They have watches, they have wristbands when they're exercising, they have chest bands, or you can monitor your heart rate all kinds of places these days. You can wear a ring. Would any of those devices be useful in predicting or seeing some of these things?
Not really. Only because they're very limited. So it's great people measure their heart rate because it is a general sign of health, and so a good lower resting heart rate is very good. And when you're exercising, you want to bring your heart rate into certain zones to have effective work. So that's all great. So I'm not trying to discourage people from doing that. But if you want to diagnose long QT syndrome, for example, in somebody, that requires calculations. So you need to measure things very accurately. When you had your trace done, you would have had multiple electrodes stuck on your body.
Rip on your chest hair off.
Yeah, we typically do what's called a 12-lead ECG. And so there's multiple electrodes, and they have to be positioned in certain places in order to measure how the heart's electricity is flowing in certain direction, because that actually tells us something. So when you have I have a device that I use to teach and to illustrate people. It's on the back of my cell phone, and they could just, you put your fingers on it and and you can measure things, and you get an ECG off that. Oh, wow. And so it looks really neat. Mm-hmm. And it's great for teaching, but I'm not going to diagnose somebody with Brugada syndrome or long QT or any of those things. Those are much more in depth. It's required much more in-depth equipment to do something like that.
Right. Yeah. Definitely. I know. Sometimes when you ride under electricity pylons, you'll see a heart rate of 240, and it will be concerning.
Oh yeah. Okay.
didn't work out what was connected to it. So. Yeah. If these things are occurring, and obviously they occur at at a certain percentage in young athletes and a certain percentage anywhere else, are there ways that these sudden cardiac arrests, we could reduce the number of them that result in deaths?
Yeah, for sure. So CPR. So the people who die quite often die because there's nobody there to administer CPR, and so you lose that very valuable time, and so people are concerned about stepping in and doing something and potentially hurting someone. Yeah. If someone is dead like that, you're not going to hurt them, right? So please learn CPR. It's not difficult. They can certainly do that. I know in Canada, about 15 years ago now, the Heart and Stroke Foundation of Canada raised a tremendous amount of money to put what we call automatic external defibrillators, or AEDs, in public places. I think they put 15,000 of them out. Plus, companies will buy them for their workplaces and things like that. And so, if someone goes down and their heart stops, you take these things out. There's some patches. It comes with instructions. Like, it will tell you actually what to do. And you take it out, you put the patches on the individual, you step back because it will deliver a shock, and it will automatically shock their heart, trying to get it back into rhythm. So knowing where those are, I'll say knowing how to do them, you don't necessarily need to practice because it will walk you through it, but at least knowing where they are and not being afraid to use them, I think is very important. These quick reactions and administering care before the paramedics or someone else gets there is super important. If you let someone go 5-10 minutes without any CPR or anything like that, there's a tremendous amount of damage that's done and can't be overcome.
Okay, yeah. And I think in a lot of places in the US, certainly, like, you can access free CPR AED training, or your employer might pay for it, or I don't know, do you know any resources people could use to find where they can find that free training?
So in the States, it's the American Heart Association would be a good place to go. The American Red Cross, I'm sure they'll have resources. In Canada, it's the Heart and Stroke Foundation of Canada, St. John's Ambulance. But like you said, a lot of just local community centers will put these things on a couple times a year, just so that people are familiar with how to do it. Workplaces will sometimes do it once or twice a year, have training, allow people to just learn how to do it. Yeah. I'm not sure where people, if you just go on the internet and wherever you are and look for first aid, a lot of times it falls under first aid, but if you just Google your city and CPR, I'm sure something will come up, and I bet there's something this month you could go to.
Nice. Yeah. We've spoken before about Stop the Bleed courses and how they're also free and easy to access. So people could do both of those to be really set up to help people. Glenn, is there anything else you think people ought to know about these sudden cardiac arrests, either sort of with the conspiracy theories around them or anything else they can do to protect themselves or other people?
Well, I think there's the perception that that by saying that there's not an issue, that it means we don't care. In fact, we do care about these issues. Like I said, I've taught about this for over a decade. I have a background in doing some sports medicine work a long time ago. I certainly have a strong interest in helping these people. Yeah. When we say the risk is not going up, it doesn't mean that we don't care. And so, when a soccer player or a football player or somebody goes down on the court, that we just say, well, yeah, it happens. That's not what we're saying. We're saying we know these things happen. We do care about them. And I would actually flip this around the other way and say, some of these people, the people who I'm talking about, the people who are profiting off this, not people who are like, I had no idea this was happening. That's okay. Not everybody can know everything. Mm-hmm. But the people who are saying this is increasing and they're making money off these things by selling their movies and whatever. Did you not care when someone, died in 2015? Because they were, and 2019 they were dying, and kids were doing it. And if you'd like to come to my class, I can show you, the pictures of these people, because you weren't around then. And I'm not really wondering why you're around now. I know why they're around now. They're profiting off of this. And so I would actually flip it the other way and say, have them ask them, why is this new to them when the data show this has been happening all along?
Right, yeah. And by encouraging people not to get vaccinated, they're encouraging those people to place themselves at a higher risk for cardiac issues, right? For presumably a profit motive in some cases, which is very sad. And Glenn, where can people? You do some excellent threads on Twitter, so people can learn a lot about heart stuff there. Is there anywhere else, or where would you prefer people to find you? I guess online.
We do a lot of social media stuff. There's a lot of I know people complain about Twitter. I complain about Twitter, but there's a lot of really Twitter. There's a lot of really good people on there who present their information. You can just go on and look for those people there. What I would say is, like, how do you identify who are the good people who you can trust and stuff? Is the people who are able to be transparent with where they get their information, right? So when I say the vaccines reduce your risk of these major cardiovascular events, I typically provide a study or something like that to show where I got that information. The people who are less trustworthy will say, either go find it yourself because they don't know, or, well, I can see it, I know it's happening. A lot of these things are measurable, so we should be able to find those. A lot of us write on things. I've written for The Conversation, Science 2.0. Things will be there. But social media is a good place to go because you can interact with people and you can ask those questions. So you can reach out to me and see who I follow and who I interact with if you're interested, and that you could take that as a good or a bad sign, however you want to take it.
What's your handle on Twitter?
So my handle is Glenn, Glen, Pyle, Pyle. I'm also on the Sky. I just joined that the other day. So
nice, congratulations. That's great. I think the last point you made is one that we should maybe pursue another episode on, because the difference between anecdote and data, and there is an increasing number, I think, of people doing things that look a lot like journal articles or a lot like studies that are peer reviewed that are not, in trying to kind of leverage the credibility of that without actually doing peer-reviewed science, because the stuff they're doing wouldn't line up with peer-reviewed science. So it'd be interesting to discuss that.
Right. Yes. It's a whole episode today.
Yeah, right. Yeah, next time. Right. Well, thank you so much for your time, Glenn.
Thanks very much, James. I appreciate it.
Kids, pets, life, your sofa sees it all. But with a washable sofa, stains don't stand a chance. All of our sofa collections come with fully machine washable covers and cushions, making cleanup effortless. Liquid and stain-resistant fabrics provide extra protection against everyday messes. Plus, with modular designs, you can rearrange your sofa however you like. Perfect for growing families and changing spaces. Starting at just $699, it's time to upgrade to a stress-free, mess-proof sofa. Visit WashableSofas.com today and save. Offers are subject to change, and certain restrictions may apply.
There's no championship league for small business owners, but if there was, you'd be at the top of the standings. Because going pro with Lenovo Pro means you've got the winning formation. One-on-one advice, IT solutions, and customized hardware powered by Intel Core Ultra processors help you stay ahead of the competition. Business goes pro with Lenovo Pro. Sign up for free at lenovo.com/pro.
Lenovo. Let's talk about modern home shopping. It's sort of become a fun side hobby, right? Scrolling listings at night, dreaming about kitchens you've never seen, or backyards you haven't even stepped foot in, all from the comfort of pretty much anywhere. Redfin knows a lot of people like you want to own, but are stuck in this browsing mode loop. That's where Redfin flips the script. With listings that update within minutes and tours you can book right from the Redfin app, you can see your dream home the moment it appears. Now, liking a listing is easy, but actually landing it, that's where Redfin comes in. Redfin has over 2,200 agents with local expertise. And Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents. That means they want to help you win, not just window shop. Redfin is built to help you go from just looking to wait, this could actually be home. So become the newest neighbor on the block. Visit redfin.com to start finding and start owning. That's redfin.com.
Hi, everyone. It's James here, and we have a wonderful episode for you today on heat and heat illness and how to protect yourself and your community and your animals when it is hot, which it is right now. But I just wanted to record this little pickup to tell you that this isn't medical advice, right? We do this every time we do these. I am not that kind of doctor, and I am not your doctor. And I just wanted to reinforce especially that, yes, generally if you're hot, it's a good idea to drink fluids and get out the heat. If someone is losing consciousness or really, really sick, you need to get better medical attention than you can learn how to give on a podcast, right? So that's when you call someone whose job it is to look after people. I just wanted to reinforce that obviously pouring water down the throat of someone who's lost consciousness is a very dumb idea. So please, if somebody is seriously unwell, seek medical care. Enjoy the episode. All right. Hi, welcome to It Could Happen Here, a podcast where we thumb our nose at God, which is what I was doing just before the podcast began. Maybe we'll include that. And today we're here to talk about how God is smiting us with massive heat waves. And I'm joined today by Margaret Killjoy and Garrison Davis. Say hello, everyone.
Hello everyone. So called for clever. So called free thinkers.
Yeah. My sheeple have joined me. This is what I get for doing an episode about sheep. So, as you will be aware, if you are in just about anywhere in the Northern Hemisphere, it is very hot at the minute. It's very hot in cities in Europe. It's very hot in the United States. It's very hot in parts of North Africa and the Middle East as well. It's the hottest June for how many years, Garrison?
July,
that one.
It is the hottest July in, it is 120,000 years, according to the most recent estimates released like 3 days ago as of time of recording. So yeah.
Yeah, and we've had the hottest day in history, like 4 times in the last month or something.
Yes, in the first half of July, we had 2 days in a row where it was the 2 hottest days on record, and then we had two other days that were also the hottest days on record. It's pretty concerning. It's nothing that people haven't been warning about for many decades. But it's bad, and it's very warm.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and it will continue probably to get warmer. So I think the way we want to approach this is I'm going to start off with talking about some stuff related to like exertional heat illness, because that's the thing that's most acutely concerning for people, right? Especially if they work outside, if they recreate outside, if they're doing stuff outside where they can't get out of the heat. So I think to start off with, I want to talk about things that might make you predisposed. And then I'm going to explain a little bit of how the body cools, and then some of these different stages of heat illnesses and how one might go about treating those or seeking further care if you need to, right? So to start out with, there are some things that can make you predisposed to heat illness, right? The biggest predisposition I've come across in my reading is previously having heat illness. So I can certainly speak to this. Yeah, like I think I got heat stroke for the first time. It was racing bikes in Spain, I think. But I then remember getting it again racing bikes in Vietnam and just like being really bad, like having to have IV fluids, like vomiting, sort of even some like sort of not loss of consciousness, but definitely like confusion and erratic behavior and stuff.
And the line between that and dying is pretty narrow, right?
You can have like multiple organ failure and stuff, certainly if you don't respond to that or if you misdiagnose that. And that's definitely it's a bit like I'm someone with diabetes, right? So people can sometimes, if you're erratic or confused, people can assume you're hypoglycemic and you need some sugar, but you don't in that situation. What you need is fluids and electrolytes and to be cooled quickly. That is, you can die. People do die. Actually, the mortality is quite high. Like I to prepare for this, I went and looked at an advanced wilderness life support course I did. And people can look it up. AWLS, University of Utah does one. And you can access lots of the stuff online for free. But they would think the mortality is quite high from these like heat illnesses. And I think that's probably especially true in wilderness medicine because it can be hard to cool someone down, right? If you don't have means of, if you don't have access to ice, you're obviously not got air conditioning out there. The best thing you probably have is running water. Hopefully you have running water, right? And I think probably it's something that like people might not have been concerned with unless they either lived in a very hot place or very active people or who traveled a lot before. So yeah, if you've had heat illness before, then you do need to be careful. And you will probably know if you've had it before. But if we go through all the symptoms and you've had them all and never, I guess, got diagnosed, and lucky you, maybe you just found out you had heat illness. Other things that can predispose you can be a lack of acclimation. Again, like this is one that I think kind of stands to reason for most people. But like if you go from a cold place to a hot place or the place you are suddenly becomes hot, having been cold, it's going to take you a few days, a week to become acclimatized to that heat, right? And your body will change. Things about your body will change. We don't need to go into, but
does AC
you can also lose that. I don't think so. I think back when I was exercising more seriously, we would do heat acclimation by going in a sauna after a training ride. And the idea was that like you gave yourself this big bout of heat stress and then you could go back and cool down, right? So I think if you were in AC for most of the day, it was okay. I'm sort of guessing here, but if getting that bout of heat stress and then recovering and get just like any other training that you're doing seems so fine. Like, but
if you go outside into the heat and then come back into the cool, you're still acclimating yourself.
Yes, compared to just hanging out in somewhere where it's cold all the time. And you don't want to overdo it, right? You don't want to be like, oh yeah, I'm going to acclimate, time to go for a 10-mile run. Like ease into it. Make sure you're hydrating. Make sure you're taking breaks in the heat. There's also a lack of conditioning, right? So that's why you see a lot of heat illness. Geez, maybe that's the first time I got heat stroke was like I was pre-season workouts for like especially like collegiate athletes and things, or athletes who are more seasonal athletes. So people who have been parked on their backside for a few months or in class or whatever, and then they come and start doing a rigorous training regime. That can predispose you, right? So they can cause you to be more likely to get heat illness. And then there are some medications, right? So you'd probably say on your medications, but things like beta blockers, antihistamines, diuretics. You don't want to be drinking too much alcohol. And some conditions too, right? Heart disease, skin disease, existing dehydration, fever, obviously, right? Your temperature is higher to begin with, and diarrhea and vomiting, which can cause that dehydration, right? So, like, if you have diarrhea and vomiting, it's not a good idea to also be, going out and exposing yourself to a lot of heat, right? So all of those things can make you more predisposed, but you can have none of those things and still get heat illness. I think the way to understand it is like we'll talk about the way our body cools. So it does that through evaporation. People will be familiar with sweating. Most people sweat. And so the sweating allows your body to cool, right? The evaporation of the sweat allows your body to cool. So people who don't sweat or people who have injuries, which mean they don't sweat in some of their body, again, are at a higher risk for heat illness, right?
Well, and this also ties into like wet bulb temperature and the fact that if you're in a more humid place, you have to consider the heat very differently, right? And so the East Coast versus the Southwest, for example, of the United States will have very different options available to them, both inside and outside, about how to cool down based on knowing the humidity outside is going to be as important for people as knowing the actual temperature.
Yes, definitely. And most of the time now, if you're using a phone app, which I think most people are doing to check the weather, you can find that. It'll give you the humidity and might give you a wet bulb or like a real feel temperature. But certainly, like I was recently on a trip to the Marshall Islands and I was running at like 85, and I'll run at 85 all the time, and I was dying because the humidity was so high. Where the humidity is higher, you're not going to be able to cool as much, right? So you need to be more careful. Radiation, that's when your body is shedding heat through, like, I guess, electromagnetic energy. That makes up most of your cooling when the ambient temperatures are less than body temperature. So once the ambient temperature is above your body temperature, I think in Fahrenheit it's like 96.6, your body's going to be relying on other methods, right? That one's not going to work. Conduction doesn't really make up much of it's not really that useful a way to cool. It doesn't really make much difference, but like people will be familiar with conduction. If you've ever slept without a sleeping pad, if you've been camping, you'll realize how much colder you get on cold ground. And then the last one is convection, right? So that's heat transfer between the body and a moving gas or liquid. That's why wind chill's a thing.
Okay.
Because that air's whipping past you, right, cooling you down. And that's also, the convection is one that we can use to cool people down if they overheat, right?
Like jump in the creek.
So, yes, or if we don't have a creek, we can get you wet and then fan you. Okay. So maybe we can, if we're outside and we have those big Thermarest sleeping pads, we can get some air moving that way and help you cool down. If we know the ways the body cools, then we can maybe use those, right? And we have to understand, like you said, the relative humidity, right? So when our body gets hot, especially when it starts to overheat, it'll shunt some blood to the skin, right? Vasodilation. It will also increase cardiac output and it'll increase catecholamines, which activate the sweat glands. So the hypothalamus will also regulate heat production in the body.
There's been two. So I don't understand two of the words you've recently used, but
okay, which were the words?
I don't know, the cacophony and the hyper.
Catecholamines. Okay, it's sufficient to say that the body, you start to sweat more, and your body begins to regulate how hot it makes itself.
Okay, I got that one kind of from context. But what's this next one?
Okay, so your hypothalamus is like your body's kind of internal regulator, and what it's doing is it's in this case it's regulating the heat production of your body.
Okay,
right? So it's trying to it's not making you hotter from the inside, I guess. That's probably a terrible explanation. Okay, so let's go through the different stages of heat illness. We can start off with things that people will be, I think we can probably skip like sunburn. Many of us will be familiar with sunburn. Many of us will have been sunburned. Many of us will understand. Hopefully we're wearing our sun cream when we go outside, right? Or just wearing our sun cream and covering ourselves up from the sun.
Yeah.
Not just like running around with our skin exposed to the sun when it's 110 or what have you. So step up from there would be heat cramps. Cramps can come from various things, right? Like I think not all cramps are caused by sodium depletion or potassium depletion. People sometimes think that it's a potassium thing. Some of them can just be caused by overexertion. It can be your body's way of being like, hey, stop. So like if it's 50 degrees out and you're trying to run your fastest 10K and you have cramps, that's not a heat thing. That's just your body being like, okay, you're not ready for this.
Yeah, that's been my experience with running. Yeah.
Yeah, your body's actively rejected it.
Yeah.
It's because it knows.
I tried to join track when I was in 9th grade to impress a girl. Neither part of it worked.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It's fine.
But
it's for the best.
Yeah. Okay, I'm glad that you can share that with the audience.
Oh, I thought it was just, wait, oh no, someone's listening? Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, unfortunately. So if heat cramps, right, they're mostly going to be in your calves. And people will be familiar with the sensation of a cramp, I'm sure. When we're experiencing heat cramps, we want to obviously cool off, stop doing the thing. So if we're running, it's time to stop running. If we're cycling, it's time to stop cycling. It's unlikely you'll get them when you get them swimming. That's other kinds of cramps. But if we're exercising, it's good to stop. It's good to cool down, and it's good to rehydrate. So that's where you're going to start with your oral salt solution. And generally, from what I've seen, it's a sodium thing. So that's just like a quarter to half a teaspoon of table salt and a liter of water.
This is the electrolyte thing that people talk about.
Yeah, exactly. And as we get further into like these heat illnesses, one of the things that you want to be careful of, you're trying to rehydrate someone, is overloading on carbohydrate. So you want a less than 6% carbohydrate solution. That can mean just not pounding Gatorade, which I think can be like the sort of standard response for some people.
Okay.
Because it doesn't empty quite as quickly as something which has a lower carbohydrate content, right?
Okay. But
people who are
drinking,
go ahead.
Drinking straight water doesn't rehydrate you as effectively as drinking electrolytes, right? Like if it's really hot out, you pretty much need to be hydrating with electrolytes. This is unless you're like eating a salty snack or something. This is what I've heard from people.
Yeah, there's a thing called hyponatremia, which is when the opposite, that's like low sodium, right? Then that can happen sometimes from just drinking straight water. Without any sodium. It happens rarely, but it definitely can happen. It can happen in like backcountry travel where people don't think they're exerting themselves. They're just kind of walking and drinking a lot of water. It can happen in marathons. Like it happens sometimes in marathons. People are just taking the water from the aid stations, just drinking the water. It's never like it's when it's hot, if you're having, when I was bike racing, I used to do 1 drink of water and 1 drink of electrolyte, even in the heat, pretty much. Like 1 bottle. There are 2 bottles on a bicycle. And I think that's a fine thing to do if you're in the heat and you're exercising. You don't need to be smashing Gatorade all the time because that's a lot of sugar and that will also not empty from your stomach. So a modern sports drink should have the right solution. There are lots of brands. I'm not going to recommend one, but there are lots of different brands which should have a decent sort of 4 or 5% carbohydrate solution. Pick one that tastes nice to you. And then we move from there into a couple of different things: heat exhaustion and heat syncope. Heat syncope is when you'll see people like fall over. And it happens often, like the only time I've seen it happen is people stopping after like a long run, like specifically like when they push themselves really hard, right? And it can actually be, it can be people who are not particularly dehydrated or hypothermic, but sort of a long run and heat you're not acclimated to. Blood can pool in the legs, and it's often people who are elderly are not very well acclimated. And it's normally when they're standing and stationary. And that's something that you can treat by elevating the feet as the person lies down, and then just getting them out of direct sunlight and helping them rehydrate, right? So helping them cool or rehydrate. You're going to see that in nearly all of these cases, cooling someone off is the most important thing to do. So next one, we'll talk about heat exhaustion. Again, like you'll know something is wrong in these situations, right? Like if someone's just like falling over, you will know something is wrong. If someone's, in this case, if he's like, you'll know, like having had heat exhaustion, heat stroke, like you yourself will also know. There are certain like ecstasy is the big one, right? Where people quite often get heat illness when they're like at raves on ecstasy. And that's just because obviously like altered state of mind plus dancing, plus this drug, which is, your body's not making its usual responses, I guess. And that can be, so like, if it's 110 out, maybe that's not the time to be doing MDMA and raving.
Cop behavior, James. I can't stand by and hear and just as you spread this MDMA slander. People should absolutely be knowledgeable about what causes serotonin syndrome and be careful about mixing other substances. But I cannot have you just disparage the good name of MDMA like this.
Yeah. Oh, I will take it one step further and tell you that, at least with my research, both caffeine and alcohol make it far more likely for you to suffer dehydration and related heat things.
Dehydration, yes. This is an actual problem that people should make like with MDMA. This is something to look up because of the way it affects your serotonin levels. It can cause you to overheat if you take too much or combine with other things, or if you're in a hot, sweaty, crowded room and you're dancing too much without taking breaks. This is a thing to consider. Yes. Yeah.
I heard there was a person, I think it was referenced in the course I did, where they were talking about using a drone at a rave to identify people who are hypothermic, and like
that's cool.
And be like, you are too hot, step away from the dance floor, like to identify people who are at risk, which is an interesting idea.
That's cool.
I think, yeah. So just something to consider as you go forward with your summer plans. So other signs, right? Tiredness, weakness, dizziness, headache, fainting, nausea or vomiting, muscle cramps. Nausea and vomiting is rough, I remember. The worst heat illness I've ever had was in Vietnam doing a bike race. One of the rules in a bike race is you can't take supplies from your support car in the last 50 kilometers. And it was just so hot. And I remember being like, oh, I'm baking inside my skull. Like, and I'd been previously in like a little group in front of the main group. So I also hadn't been able to access water from my car then. And then we got caught by the main group is what happened. And I remember being like, okay, good. Now I can get my ice socks and put them down my back and I can get my cold water. And then I went back and the guy was like, no. It's like 49 kilometers. And I was like, oh, this is bad. This is really fucking bad. And it was really bad.
Did you finish the race or did you?
Bien sûr, yeah, I did. I finished the race.
I'm not sure that was the right call, but congrats.
Yeah, no, it's a terrible decision. I had a picture somewhere. My teammates put me in a shower with like my legs above my head. It was just like waterboarding me with cold water, and I was being given IV fluids. And they were all like, "This is bad. He's not in a good way." Yeah, but sport is good for you. Keep sporting out there, kids. Everyone was very concerned for me.
All the stuff I came up with was like, stay inside, don't exert yourself, like avoid caffeine and alcohol. And James is if you want to push yourself past your limits.
Don't. It's bad. We did everything wrong, right? Like it was in December, the race, because the Asia Tour doesn't take a break at like the December end of year time. It takes a break for Ramadan. So obviously coming from the United States, we were relatively less fit than we would have been. We were not acclimated. I had a fat beard, which did not help. And like my hair was longer than it is now. Like my body was not losing heat. Everything was
so just Bakunin is doing this race.
Just going out there like full. Like if there's nothing that what is more white man on the left than like a white dude with a beard. Yeah. It's like all of them, right? Kropotkin, Bakunin, Marx, and you have to try it. And don't do that. Don't do that to yourself. We talked about heat syncope, and the last one is heat stroke. So what differentiates heat stroke from heat exhaustion is that higher body temperature above 40 degrees Celsius, which is 103, 104 Fahrenheit. Okay. If you're seeing 103, it's time to pick up the telephone and call 911, if you can, if you're in an area where you can do that. But it doesn't matter if it's 103 or 104, I guess. It's that you're very hot at that point. You're going to have hot, red skin, fast, strong pulse, headache, dizziness, nausea, confusion. People can also lose consciousness. This is very serious, right? And the line between this and really serious lasting complications is quite small. So you do need to be very extremely concerned. I will say that like when you're taking someone's temperature, taking it at the extremities is not necessarily going to give you the best idea of what their core body temperature is, right? So that's for the reason that like if they're hot, if it's hot, they're hot on the outside, right? Like your ear or what have you. And then if you've then tried to cool the person and you're seeing like a lower body temperature in their hand, or if their hand's been in ice, in an ice bath, then you might see a cooler temperature there. There are like rectal probes are used for this, not something to be doing in a sort of non-consensual manner. They're not really something to be doing unless you're like a medical professional. But so just don't be relying, I guess, like, people have those little heat guns that they like to use and stuff.
Yeah.
Might not be the most reliable source of information.
Although it might be useful for the initial diagnosis, right?
Yeah, even then, like even if you can just do an oral thermometer as opposed to like the temperature of your forehead is X.
Okay.
Yeah, like if it's 110, then the temperature of your forehead is going to be hot, right?
Oh,
like,
I see what you're saying. Yeah, totally. Okay.
Versus, you're trying to get as inside as possible, I guess.
Yeah.
I remember people doing cooling experiments where you had to take a pill and it measured your internal temperature, and it Bluetoothed it out or something.
Wow.
Yeah, so
that's cool.
Fun times.
I think that's cool as hell. I want one. Rescuing it later sounds like not fun.
Yeah. It does make an exit from the body. So with this, again, right, you want to cool the person down. And the way we can do that, it's like, ice packs, right, in the groin, neck, and scalp. So I used to do like just tights. Like if you're wearing tights, put ice in those and put those down my back of my cycling jersey when I was cycling. You can put them in the groin. So obviously the person has become like a heat casualty. You can put them in the groin, armpits, the neck, and you can also, if you don't have access to AC, obviously if you've got AC, you can put the person in an air-conditioned environment to help them cool down. You can put them in an ice bath. You'll see that like at hot weather events. I'm trying to think. There are a lot of other conditions that you'll see at hot weather events. We don't really have time to talk about, but things like rhabdo are very, very concerning if someone's exercising in the heat. But you'll often see at the end of hot events in first aid tents, they're popping people in ice baths to cool them down if they've got some of these symptoms. Like 15, 20 minutes, I think, is how long you want to put them in there for. But like if you're starting to feel headache, dizziness, nausea, I guess my like big take home here is get out the sun, stop exercising if you're exercising, and start hydrating if you're not hydrating with that carbohydrate solution. You're looking to drop that core temperature below that kind of danger zone, right? And ideally get it back to where it wants to be, which I think in Fahrenheit is around 96.6. You probably don't want to actively cool someone all the way down because you can overshoot and they can get hypothermic. And so like they can get too cold if you're like, dumping them in a freezer or like actively cooling them too aggressively. So that's something to be concerned with as well. And you don't want the person to start shivering because the body's trying to heat itself back up at that point. So you can't be uber aggressive. But I think having said all this, like I said, the big take home is like, if you start to feel sick, dizzy, underwell, when you're outside in the heat, get out the heat, get some water, get in the shade if you can, get an air conditioning if you can. If you're at a job site, if there's like a trailer where that's air conditioned, go in the trailer. Like it's not worth your life, even if it's your job.
You want to know what's fun? Is that
what's fun?
In the United States, there's no federal law that says you can't make people work in the hot weather without.
Hell yeah.
Some states, less than half. I don't have the notes in front of me. I had the notes for a different thing I recorded recently. Some states, like 16 of them or something maybe, have laws against working people outside in the heat. But most states don't. The federal government is like considering one right now, but that is like probably years away before it could be enacted. But it's like basic worker protections, like don't have people work outside without enough stuff to make sure they don't die of it.
Consider forming a union. Google Blair Mountain for more information on how to respond if you're not allowed not allowed to take breaks for the heat. Talking of how capitalism is killing us all, Margaret, it's time for us to break for some adverts of things people can buy.
We have some breaking news here, folks. We have some breaking sheep news. So it turns out during James's last sheep episode, he talked about having Texel sheep. When it's actually Texel sheep. So this is pretty.
No, they're definitely Texels. Who's
exciting here. Texel is the largest northwestern islands of the Netherlands. It's one of those European places where the pronunciation does not match how it's written, and it's Texel sheep, not Texel sheep. So this is pretty exciting for me. And as usually, James gets to make fun of how I pronounce words, and now look who's laughing. So here we go.
Well, should we move into like machinations versus machinations, or should we just move on?
No, I think we could just move on here. This is fine.
We'll just start at Buenos Aires and move from there. Garrison, the speaker of Frisian.
I have a hard life. They did not teach me how to say words in Canada. It was all
I know.
It was all speaking in tongues in this school. We didn't actually learn much English. So
much words. Yeah. Don't worry, guys. Yeah, we're all learning as we go. You see, there we go. Yeah, I've just learned that the place is called Texel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then thus the sheep from there.
Is there an X in it or something?
No. Yes.
When you're is there an X all the time?
TEXEL.
Yeah. Oh, I see. But the X sounds like an S.
Yeah. Tesla.
When you're speaking
Texel.
in it.
Yeah.
Fascinating. Yeah. Wow. And like all my life, I've been misnaming the very sheep that many of you enjoyed hearing about. Sad.
Well, that's no wonder the sheep weren't coming when you called. They felt
they come
disrespected. Oh,
yeah.
Well, never mind.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I just go out there and say sheep. So, I'm hedging my bets with the pronunciation of that one.
Well, you want to talk about animals and heat waves?
I would love to. Yeah, tell me what to do with your sheep.
I can also talk about humans in heat waves. So actually, ironically, one of the things that I learned, I don't know whether or not applies to sheep. I was talking before this to one of my professional animal friends who has worked in veterinary clinics and also is a professional horse person. So there's some stuff to know, right? For all of the people who aren't humans. Different animals need different electrolyte formulas if you are going to feed them electrolytes. And for example, dogs need more sugar and less salt because their bodies don't get rid of salt as much, right? They don't really sweat nearly so much. Yeah. Occasional Pedialyte or some other like non-Gatorade thing is fine every now and then, and probably Gatorade's probably fine every now and then. But don't be like you can go hiking and just drink electrolytes, right? Not sugar water, but electrolytes. But don't do that with your dog, even if it's super hot out. There is dog-specific stuff, and there's formulas you can look up for dog-specific, making your own. Don't shave your pets. This is the one that I don't know if applies to sheep. My friend said
this does not apply to sheep. You have to shear. You have to shear your sheep, or else they will overheat and die.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. You go want to shear your sheep.
Yeah. Some animals you want to shave, some animals you don't. If you have animals, you should look this up ahead of time. Some people run out and shave their cats and dogs in heat wave. This is a very bad thing. Yeah. The hair is designed to protect them from the sun. Also, especially if you have a dog with a double coat, it does a lot of weird heat transfer stuff, and it's really kind of cool and magic. Brushing and grooming are very good. If your dog is slow to its summer coat, or summer is suddenly here 11 months of the year, or as I predict, there's going to be two seasons. There's going to be summer, which will last for 9 months, and then there's going to be Hellmouth, which will replace what was previously summer. Don't take your dog out in the hottest weather. It is better that your dog pisses inside that gets heat stroke. It is harder to identify heat stroke in a dog, but if the dog is panting a particular amount, there's other things about looking at the gums and eyes.
I got bitten by a dog that was having a heat stroke on
oh my God.
4th of July. It was good.
I feel bad for both the animals involved in this.
Yeah, I feel fairly secure in saying that the people who were looking after the dog aren't listening, but they made a series of very poor choices.
Yeah.
And it wasn't wise.
Hiking is my main activity, and it is my main bonding with me and my dog, and I am not doing it during a lot of the heat wave. And I'm finding other ways. Because I have to drive a decent way to go hiking, right? So I can't do it early in the morning unless I wake up earlier than I want to. But if you are going to do outside activities with both yourself or with an animal, consider doing them at early in the morning or late in the evening, or middle of the night. I don't know, whatever. If you have animals that can't come inside, because overall, what it was going to apply to your animals is what was going to apply to humans. Get them into the AC. What are you doing? But a lot of animals you don't have room for inside, right? Unless you're a medieval Irish peasant, in which case I've read way too much about how much those animals live inside.
Cows under the house so the warmth comes up.
So
classic.
You want to crossbreeze in your barn or coop or whatever. If it's a coop, you want to make sure there's a place at the top for air to come escape, and you don't want the box style coop with only one entrance if you're dealing with heat waves. You want a lot of cool water that is easy to drink. And so a lot of people who normally feed their animals with the nipple style feeders, different animals, you have different ways of watering them. No nipple style feeders during a heat wave. The animal needs to be able to get the water easily. For chickens, you might want to bring your nesting boxes down to the ground floor where it's cooler. You also might want to consider insulating the coop, like with hay bales, for example. You could stack them up next to your coop. Horses have yet another electrolyte mix. My horse professional friend uses one called Gallagher's water, but points out that it's like mostly bougie people use it when they're like, I mean, most people have horses are bougie, but not all of them, right? At least where I live, other places. Okay, so it's only necessary in extreme circumstances. It's only better than water in extreme circumstances. Most animals do very well with just drinking water. And also, you can probably consider, if you live somewhere wester than I do, you can consider misting systems if you have the money and the infrastructure. And misting systems is basically just like it pumps water out into a mist, and the mist cools everything down. And below about 70% humidity, they're fairly effective. Below 50% of humidity, they're incredibly effective. And so and it's not that you get wet, it's that they do. It's like the air is sweating. The air is.
They're like you have in, if you go to restaurants in Phoenix outside, they have them.
Yeah.
I bought some really cheap off like Craigslist, like super cheap. Like I think I just had to go and get them. But
no, I'm like so jealous because it wouldn't work where I live.
Oh, you can't use them because of the high humidity?
I mean, they do a little bit here, but not very effectively.
Yeah. I know your chickens don't want to be living in a too damp environment. It can be bad for their little lungs.
Okay.
So don't be running one
inside
like, all the time. Yeah, and like inside. But I think it certainly, like, my chickens will go around it when it's hot. So it seems to work.
And one person I talked to, and this is like, I did a bunch of research about this, but it's inconclusive. One person I talked to during the wildfire smoke actually set up a misting system because mist picks up and drops particulate matter to the ground. There's a lot of research that says that this particulate absorption happens. There is no research to say this is how you handle wildfire smoke with outside animals. But that is something that at least one person I heard from is doing, and science backs it up. For human animals, in terms of preparedness, just to run through all this stuff that I've been keeping track of, the way that you're going to deal with all this, if you're not outside, right? If you're outside and you're dealing with this stuff, you're going to use what James talked about, and like keep track of how you're feeling and get into the AC. I mean, the main thing you want to do is get into the AC, right? And you don't want to do strenuous exercise. Yeah. You want to check alerts on your phone or your weather radio if you're a cool prepper and have like a little weather radio. You probably want to use the buddy system outside if it's getting really hot, if you can, right? Just like having someone who can keep track of what you're doing. If you don't have another way to get to AC, consider public libraries and other places. This is a very good time. Look after your neighbors, and some of your neighbors are housed and might not have AC. Some of your neighbors don't have houses and probably don't have AC unless they live in their vehicles, in which case they might have some AC, but not all vehicles do. And so it's a very good time to look after people, whether it's giving people rides to public cooling centers, or whether it's setting up public cooling centers, or whether it's just letting your neighbor who like come over because your AC is working and theirs isn't. You want to, I mean, one thing that you want to do is just accept that what we're dealing with isn't normal. And I'll get to that in a moment. But so if you're a renter, you have fewer options, right? In terms of like structural preparedness, there are some things that you can do. Running fans, unless you're a podcaster, running fans is a very good idea. If you have ceiling fans, you want to make sure that during the summer they run counterclockwise, and during the winter they run clockwise. So just look and be like, I want it to push air down, and you can visualize the direction it'll turn to push air down. And that's the summer one. Yeah.
Can you change the direction they spin?
Yes, there is a little switch on every ceiling fan. I can see the one behind you.
I didn't know.
I can see it on yours.
Don't do it while it's
if you look
spinning.
on your screen, no, don't be a coward, Garrison.
Do you want me to walk me through it? Okay, I think I see it now.
Yeah, but
close
turn
your
it
eyes
off
and just
as it's
go
spinning,
for it.
you want me to put my arm up and then hit it.
It's less because you're gonna
stick your head in there so you can get a good look at where the switch is.
I'm putting it. Ow! Ah!
Oh no, Garrison's just ceased.
Oh well, good thing they left me their jester costume.
You'll never find out any more about Cop City now.
Cop City has to end because there's no other way for us to find out about it.
Yeah. They finally stopped it.
All right, so other things that you can do. Evaporative cooling is the coolest thing in the world. Again, if you're not in a humid area, this is why humidity is absolutely terrible, and I picked the wrong part of the country to be from. Wet bandanas, wet clothing. There's actually like, it's kind of sad. When I was saying that there's no labor protections about heat, some farm workers developed an immigrant farm worker developed a cooling vest system that she's like working on, that there's like articles about, where it just uses evaporative cooling to cool people. And it's like one of those things where I'm like, that rules. And also it's absolutely awful that's like where we're at, you know, is not like, oh, let's have better labor practices and stuff. And if you have a house, if you have like a place that you can really do preparedness for, we'll just get an air conditioner. Don't run your air conditioner as like low as it'll go. It just doesn't actually make things any cooler. Air conditioners are generally designed to only cool things. I want to say, was it like 30 degrees below outside temperature or something?
Yeah.
And
I think also depends on like the size of the relative space you're cooling and the BTU capacity of your
well, so that's what I'm saying, that they're
things
sized for that by like regulation. Yeah. If someone comes and is like, oh, what size AC should I put into this house? It's going to be, I want this size house to be cooled 30 degrees. I think it's 30 degrees, might be 24. Okay. And so if you run your fans, you actually can keep your thermostat up about 4 degrees. And if you don't have AC, there's a lot you can do with like thermal mass, right? Is your friend, like if you can choose which house you're going to live in. Living in brick houses is great, or adobe houses. It depends on where you live and what your climate is. You want to keep your curtains closed during the day and open at night if you're trying to keep out the sun, but then let out the heat into the cool night air, assuming that there's still cool night air. Depends on where you live as we enter into this nightmare world. Reflective window insulation-y things, like the thing that you put in your windshield, can help. There's like stuff you can do when you accept that it's an emergency. And you can, but then the other thing is that running ACs puts a lot of strain on the power grid, and we're already starting to see more grid failure, usually in the brownout style rather than the blackout style. But when everyone's running their AC, the grid is not designed to handle it, and there are problems. And so, one, you get these like citywide text alerts that are like, hey, everyone, please turn up your AC, like turn down, whatever, make your AC less cold. And this is an example of something that we should do and listen to, but it's really fucking annoying because it's not our fucking fault that the world is heating up, right? And they're not like turning off Times Square. They're telling everyone, they're not turning off the ads.
Yeah.
Speaking of ads.
It's a good time to pivot to some more stuff that is wasting power and energy.
Even in the emergency, there's still the ads. Here you go. And we're back.
Hopefully it was for gold, which is useless in the heat death of the universe. just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, but it does keep its value compared to cash. Just...
until neither of them have value.
That's why whiskey. Oh wait, mutual aid.
No, that's why I've been stocking up on my series of John Zershin inspired NFTs that I minted last year. And oh boy, have they only grown in value? I'm telling you, this is what's gonna hold me through whenever the thing happens.
Yep, I will be at your door with my wanting to trade ammunition for apes. As I always am. Find me in the group chat, offering bullets for apes.
There's one other group of people that I want to talk about really quickly about who we should check in on, and that is prisoners. There is no way, from my point of view, I'm going to have a lot of bias here, there is no way for us to justly face a climate emergency while we live in a carceral society. In Texas, this is where most of the news is right now, but it's not like it's better other places as far as I can tell. In Texas, since mid-June, between 9 and 23 prisoners have died from heat. But no one knows because Texas refuses to say that anyone has died from heat. They haven't done that since, I believe, 2012. is the last time they admitted someone died from heat. However, 2/3 of Texas prisons don't have air conditioning, and a bunch of people are dying randomly of heart attacks in their 30s because they're dying of heat.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I think earlier in like the first few weeks of July when it was getting very, very hot, I believe it was a pretty young woman died in the Fulton County Jail here in Atlanta.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And they're doing an investigation to see why. So, yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Don't worry, the Texas State House passed money to put AC into prisons, and then the Senate rejected it.
Cool. Big thing is the money, because not much money in law enforcement, so I can see how they're struggling to afford that otherwise.
Yeah, there was I didn't write down the numbers in my script, but there was like a many millions of dollar budget surplus that they didn't apply to, not having people die for having been accused of owning weed. Yeah. I don't know, whatever. I get really fucking mad about this. And I think that it is like...
Yeah, it's fucking horrific.
Okay, and then the last thing I really want to say is that this was the hottest month, right? That any of us have ever experienced. It will be the coolest month in our memory at some point, or rather, whatever. It's
It'll
not
be
getting
the coolest
colder.
July in our memory at some point. Yeah.
Yeah, next year might be a little bit cooler because of natural cycles or whatever, right? But it's not coming back. We're not going back to normal. And for me, this month marks a sea change. Literally, in that the Antarctic ice did not come back this winter. It's winter right now in Antarctica. And there's a 5 or 6 standard deviation away from normal amount of ice there right now. 5 to 6 standard deviations is more than if you flipped a coin 100 times and it came up heads every single time. It is like more than a 1 in 3.5 million chance, right? It is a very big number. It is a very abnormal thing. Nothing like this has ever been seen before. And I don't want to say this to make people afraid, because I don't think we need to be afraid. Whatever, fear is complicated. You can't be brave unless you're afraid. That's what I will say. You cannot have courage. Courage is the act of responding to fear. And we should notice the fear and not let it control us. But it really is time for people to very seriously look at not what's going to happen by 2050, but what is happening now? What is happening now? What will happen in the next 3 years, the next 5 years, the next 10 years? And start making decisions based on that. That is what I want. I don't want to tell people what those decisions are. I want people to get together with the people that they care about and figure out what those decisions are. One of the things that I would recommend is building resilient communities, is looking at how to build communities, right? And there's a lot of ways, a lot of like scenes can become communities, a lot of extended families can become communities, a lot of religious organizations are communities. Okay. How to make them resilient, how to collectively look at how to handle these things, whether it's literally just having a plan for like, okay, if the power goes out, who has the whole house generator where I live? Someone around me has got to have a whole house generator. I don't have one. I want one, but they're expensive. Whose AC is still going to be running when the power goes out, right? Or whether it's like, hey, how can we collectively help each other's houses have rainwater catchment systems, right? How can we collectively be building up food sovereignty as well as food storage? How can we have... I want to see days of workshops at community centers of all different ideological compositions getting together and being like, here's how you can food. Here's how you dry food. Here is how you set up mesh networks. I think it's time. I think that I'm tired of saying, hey, bad stuff might be coming, because it's not might be coming now. It's here, and it's really bad. And I think people stick to the might be coming because they're afraid of despair. And I will say that despair is not good, right? But that is something that we can fight. How do we fight despair is also part of this. And the answer to that is agency. And when we can find ways to act with agency, that is, I mean, there's like studies about like in disasters, people who express agency have like less PTSD, right? When bad things happen.
Yeah.
And even if the agency, like, I mean, I remember like one point getting arrested, right? And being like, all right, well, I'm keeping track of like, I know that cop's badge number. I know this. I'm, keeping track of stuff in case there's a lawsuit later. I totally lost that lawsuit. But like, that helped me get through that situation, right? Everyone else won the lawsuit, but because I was in Black Bloc, I did not win the lawsuit.
That's funny. That's funny.
Yeah. Anyway, actually, it might have been because I refused to give my name. Anyway, whatever. It was a long time ago.
Anarchist moment.
And so yeah, act with agency. That is the solution. The solution. It's like it's not the solution to despair. It's a way to deal with it. In the same way that we're not looking at solutions to climate change anymore. We're looking at ways to deal with it, right? Because it's already here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some of the episodes that me and Robert researched and put together for the original It Could Happen Here season 2 stuff is a lot of us talking about like mitigation versus adaptation. And almost every day it looks like we're getting more and more committed to just a full adaptation model, because these things are really not going to be like the most common widespread effects are not going to be mitigated. There's still a few like cataclysmic scenarios that probably could be averted, but things are going to get so much worse, and that will be to deal with that. We will have to adopt a large variety of adaptations, and it's gonna suck, but it's what we're gonna have to do. I don't know. I mean, there's a variety of like reactions to this. I mean, I think I should just put together an episode on this sometime in the future. But like, there's as the intensity of the situations more and more like as it becomes more and more clear, we're going to get a variety of reactions from, especially from people on the right who used to be very much purely like ignoring or denying this problem. Some on the right have skipped over the whole part where they've been wrong for so many years, and are going to start applying extremely authoritarian and like nationalist solutions to this. Others are just doubling down on denial, because facing the facts of the horrible situation we're in is more and more like frightening. It's harder to admit that you're wrong and realize the terribleness of the situation. Of the most recent example of this is I've been checking on the replies to CTV News, which is one of the biggest Canadian like television news stations. They've put out a few stories about how July is the hottest month, and in the replies to this story, there's just a shock, an honestly shocking amount of pure like flippant denial of what's going on. And this has been an increasing problem in Canada. And it's which is ironic, because actually Canada's economy is probably going to grow during climate change, because they're going to take over a whole bunch of agricultural production from the States. They're actually going to become a much bigger economic player. But the amount of just pure denial that we're seeing in Canada, and we're seeing get like increased, is extremely worrying.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things that's really hard to deal with. Like it's also something I talked about in my hyperobjects episode, but like it's the same thing if someone's like in QAnon. You can't out logic them from QAnon. You have to tell a better story. This is,
you need a solid place to stand, like, before you can push someone, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, but like I don't know, it's been concerning, because I've been seeing a whole bunch of these things about how this is the hottest month in 120,000 years, and yeah, that is a horrifying thing to learn, and you can like look at what the sources for this are, but the fact that so many of us are just denying this is that like as you can go outside and feel it as well. And that's not how climate works all the time, but like I've certainly, I think many of us have felt the effects of this, and also like the death numbers can't lie either.
And like I just got back from a trip, which will be a podcast soon, to the Marshall Islands, where like it is extremely evident that sea levels are rising, and if they continue to rise at the rate that they're rising, then these places will be uninhabitable within the lifetimes of people who are alive today. And it's very odd or very sort of discordant to see that, and then log on when you get home and see someone being like, oh, it's natural variation, or like, oh, it snowed last winter, or something which shows like an incomplete understanding, but still like just a knee-jerk rejection of like all the evidence we have that the climate is changing and it's not coming back.
I find myself I have that same feeling sometimes when I see people refuse to engage with solutions, even with people who just are like,
sure,
oh, that's real. There's nothing we can do about it, so we're not going to try. Like, feels very like, and I don't even mean a specific way of trying. I don't mean everyone has to go get arrested gluing themselves to famous things, or everyone needs to go set things on fire, or everyone needs to only focus on growing food, or like, but just when I see people like just being like, well, there's nothing, so I'm just gonna not take it into account in my decision making. I'm like, even if your decision making is like I made the decision to move near my family because of climate change. I didn't move to where the climate is going to be magically stable. I moved to where I can spend more time with the people I love and be in a better position to take care of them. Like I feel so like, I don't know. It was whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it is. It's very difficult to see people just sort of, sort of fiddle as a Titanic sinks.
I mean, like shutting down is one of the easiest reactions to stress, and ignoring
totally.
It. And both the vehement like denial of this, as things are obviously getting more and more intense. The denial gets more and more intense, but so is like the type of doomerism that leads you just to like checking out, of being like, oh, this is so bad, there's nothing I can do, so I'm just going to completely ignore this. And then that's also another way of just like sectioning off this part of your brain so it doesn't actually impact you. It's functionally quite the same.
And I can't blame people for it. And that's what I think people often think, that I am judging for them for that. And I'm not. I just feel like it's hard to engage with sometimes.
Yeah, but I think a good point to end is like, maybe the best prep you can do for climate change is not like, I don't know, buying a bigger air conditioner or moving to somewhere where you think there is a better chance that you personally as an individual will be better, but it's building a community that can be resilient and that can like weather the storm. And like having seen a country which is losing its very minimal amount of land to climate change, and how communities have come together to protect each other during that, it's kind of reinforced to me how important community is as opposed to stuff.
Yeah. Absolutely. Also, with communities, you can get more stuff.
Mm-hmm. You can make your own stuff.
That's true. Seize the means of production, but not for the pure Marxist point of view, but from the... I'm like joking, but I'm actually like, this is what people should be preparing to do. Like, a climate revolution that's less about like, oh, we're going to put in someone smart in charge who's going to fix everything, and more a climate revolution that's like, we're going to create bottom-up solutions and not let people stop us from creating bottom-up solutions.
Yes. That would be a good revolution. Consider implementing that.
Tired of spills and stains on your sofa? Wash away your worries with Anabei. Anabei is the only designer sofa that's machine washable inside and out, starting at just $699. Plus, Anabei sofas are pet-friendly, stain-resistant, and feature changeable slip covers and modular pieces. Get up to 60% off site-wide with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Visit WashableSofas.com to get yours now. That's WashableSofas.com. Offers are subject to change, and certain restrictions may apply.
There's no championship league for small business owners, but if there was, you'd be at the top of the standings. Because going pro with Lenovo Pro means you've got the winning formation. One-on-one advice, IT solutions, and customized hardware powered by Intel Core Ultra processors help you stay ahead of the competition. Business goes pro with Lenovo Pro. Sign up for free at lenovo.com/pro.
Lenovo.
Let's talk about modern home shopping. It's sort of become a fun side hobby, right? Scrolling listings at night, dreaming about kitchens you've never seen, or backyards you haven't even stepped foot in, all from the comfort of pretty much anywhere. Redfin knows a lot of people like you want to own, but are stuck in this browsing mode loop. That's where Redfin flips the script. With listings that update within minutes and tours you can book right from the Redfin app, you can see your dream home the moment it appears. Now, liking a listing is easy, but actually landing it, that's where Redfin comes in. Redfin has over 2,200 agents with local expertise. And Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents. That means they want to help you win, not just window shop. Redfin is built to help you go from just looking to wait, this could actually be home. So become the newest neighbor on the block. Visit redfin.com to start finding and start owning. That's redfin.com.
It Could Happen Here, the podcast where things happen. And sometimes things maybe don't happen. And once again, the thing maybe not happening is the strike at UPS. So stuff has happened since we last recorded, and also there was the thing that happened in the middle of the recording, which was the announcement of the tentative agreement. And so to talk more about what's been happening since and what's sort of in this deal, because we now know more details about it, is once again Reese Smith and Oliver Rose, who are two rank-and-file UPS Teamsters. And once again, they do not represent the union, are speaking as individuals, et cetera, et cetera. But welcome back.
Yeah, good to be back.
Yeah, thanks for having us on again.
Yeah, I'm glad. I'm happy to talk to you. So, all right. So last time we found out in the middle of recording that there was a deal struck, and I guess I wanted to start by talking a bit about what's been happening since then and what sort of organizing has been happening, what the sort of union bureaucracy has been doing.
Yeah, it's it's been kind of crazy. Basically, we had that highlight reel that we all got, and then it was a bit before we got the actual contract, at least like a few days. And since then, your union bureaucracy has been promoting these contract Q&A sessions and stuff like that. And they had 3 of them last Sunday and 1 of them this Monday. And voting has opened up. It's been a bit crazy feeling, to be honest. It's been wild.
Yeah, and of course, while we're recording, we get the tentative agreement drop, and it's framed as this big historic, this game changer. So, and of course, for the first day, we just had what was in the press release. Even some of that language was a little bit confusing. It wasn't until Teamsters for a Democratic Union also had their own press release, which clarified some language, and then we're kind of just like, okay, we'll get. We were told we'll be getting the tentative agreement language next week and chance to, debrief with the local. But really, I think it was the following day, the actual language comes out, and some of the things where it's, there's a promise with the all the general wage increases going on top of those market rate adjustments we're speaking about, which are basically wages that UPS can add or even remove that's not actually tied to the contract wages. And, so one of the things was, getting those raises on top, but there was no contract language, in there, which definitely caused, I think, a lot of confusion and concern among rank and file members. And it actually took one of the locals, having a no endorsement before we even saw this memorandum of understanding between the company and the IBT, guaranteeing this was going to happen, that we would be getting those raises on top. It was just kind of one of those things where, there was this kind of really vague language that was used, and I think definitely caused, people to not really fully understand, what was going on. Especially, I think it was about 75% of part-timers are currently have a market rate adjustment. That's kind of a very big portion of the workforce.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, it was kind of a real calm shit show from union leadership releasing the information in the way they did. It absolutely led to a lot of misunderstandings about what was in the contract, which, kind of spread like wildfire. And the union response to what I think is a lot of just genuine misunderstanding is to just label it all as misinformation from people that have, their own agendas, right? And you can't like trust those people. You can only trust what's coming from the union. And yeah, that definitely didn't inspire trust from the people that were leaning no. Because in between a lot of these, and there definitely was some misunderstanding about what was initially in the contract, but there is also genuine critique about certain things that are in the contract, right? And so instead of substantively looking at these genuine critiques, we're all forced in the situation of sorting out what is quote unquote misinformation, or, more accurately, people not understanding legalese and also a bad rollout of information versus, okay, but what is in the contract that really needs improvement? And instead of substantively getting into the latter, it's just been a pure focus on the former. And yeah, it's been kind of tense. It seems like there's a real mix. It's real kind of even how rank and file members are responding to this contract. Some have kind of bought in full sail that this is a historic contract. And others, such as myself, there's still things in this contract that to me are unacceptable. And it's going to be interesting to see where it goes.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like it's hard to get a gauge of where everyone's at. And of course, I only have the, kind of my local experience in my specific shift. Definitely, yeah. I haven't come across, someone I work with yet, who's totally just like, yeah, this is super historic. This is, game changing, as they were saying, or the union was saying. A lot of people, especially long timers, are like, yeah, this is a really good contract, or, the best I've seen, in my days here. And then there's been a few other people who are like, yeah, I'm going to vote yes, but it really doesn't really seem like, it's matching, the framing of, this historic contract. And then also there's, other people who are just kind of like, no, this seems, honestly kind of like too little, too late. Like the gains aren't quite there. Yeah, there's raises. They're also kind of done in a weird way where they're more or less kind of front loaded towards the first and last year, and everything in the middle's a lot lower, to the point actually where, and it gets confusing because everyone's kind of at a different rate with those market rate adjustments. The more you're making from, that supplemental pay, the worse this is going to keep with inflation, to the point where it's kind of, you're only actually going to be just above inflation towards the end of the contract. And especially definitely one of the weaker things in the contract is all new hires or current people without seniority are going to be on a different tier. And this is for the part-timer inside warehouse positions. So, so if you have seniority, it's minimum of 21 an hour to start, and that goes up to 25.75 an hour, versus those new hires or no seniority employees are going to be at 21 with a progression to 23. So 50-cent raises. And of course, once, tack on the average, a little bit over 3% inflation, you can kind of quickly see it's those new members who are getting the worst part of the deal.
Yeah, and that comes to, I think, another thing that is like, I don't know. So when this was all first happening, and I've seen this like a lot from people talking about this, as like a contract that like ends the tier systems, and that just like doesn't seem to be true at all.
Yeah, and so one of the things, so there's I believe we spoke to this last time. The 224 is what it's called, where it's a combo driver and inside warehouse position. And most of the time, they were just more or less practically full-time drivers, except for a few times where, they'd, especially like earlier this year, they tried to transition them to mostly like inside full-time. But so the thing is, those will all get, converted to the package car drivers with that, I believe, with that rate, or at least very similar.
Yeah. So we did get rid of the 22.4s. And that was the big promise, going into this contract fight. But yeah, no, there are definitely still remaining tiers within UPS. There's this new one that's been created, which is the tier between what they call the unborn. That's how they refer to people that have not yet been hired by UPS that have like stipulations in the contract, right? Yeah, they call them the unborn. It's kind of funny. Yeah. And, their whole thing is that they just have a completely different wage progression than the rest of us do. But in addition to that tier, which was introduced, there are tiers elsewhere. Sometimes it's a tier between the hubs, like all of the hubs are making different MRAs and stuff like that. But additionally, there are some hubs that don't have a daily guarantee of hours like regular hubs do, like, for instance, air hubs, right? So like that's basically another tier, because it's, people doing the same work, but not guaranteed the same things. And yeah. So there's definitely tiers remaining in this contract for sure. And it's really unfortunate to see that the one existing didn't get addressed, and that they just created a whole new one, even though they are adamantly insisting it is not a tier.
Yeah, and that's, this goes back to, I believe, the 1982 contract, which is when the full-time and part-time pay was changed to different tiers, with part-time getting like $4 less than full-time, which was, I think, 12 an hour back in 82 versus 8 an hour for the part-timers. So that's continued, across all these decades. And so now with the current contract, provided you're getting paid the contract minimums, you're looking at full-time inside warehouse, their top rate going to $36 an hour, I believe. And then you're going to have part-timers who have seniority just below 26 an hour. And then you're going to have those people who weren't quite in the door yet at 23. And of course, it's doing more or less the same work, the inside, you're doing your loading, unloading, sorting, the other, various positions there. And of course, one of the things I've seen, particularly online, I haven't heard this on the shop floor, but it's just like, oh, well, they're working more. So of course they're going to get paid more. But it's like, okay, well, yeah, they have more hours, so they would get more pay, but that doesn't mean that they should be at a higher hourly rate. Yeah. Plus, there's going to be other things too, like the pension accrual and, vacation time, where you're working more, you're going to get more of that too. It's kind of has its own reward. There's really no reason to have, like a $10 discrepancy for that type of work performed.
Also, I was doing some quick math in the background, and the 1982 wage is like $36 an hour, and with inflation now, so that's historic. Great. That's fun.
Historic. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's when I think about this union being touted as historic, I actually think about what are the actual historic wins of the labor movement. And, I'm thinking about the right to a 5-day work week. Meanwhile, this historic contract, it ended 6-day punches, but that's not a new historical thing. That was something we lost and then regained with this contract. So it's, in my mind, it's not really breaking any barriers or blowing anyone's minds, especially when we have Sean Fain of the UAWD, who is talking about, one of their demands is a 32-hour work week, right? Like he's advocating that every worker needs a 40% increase in pay because the CEO got a 40% increase in pay. And yeah, it's just, our contract just, it isn't at that level by any means.
When you use that word historic, I think there could be times where you can, call something historic before it stands the test of time. But this is kind of like, okay, this is kind of, I feel like the contract, you would expect a union to bargain. Partly it's historic because there just really hasn't been really any gains. And so it's kind of like, okay, you got us wage increases. Isn't that kind of just like what you should be doing?
Yeah, well, there's been a bunch of unions in the last maybe 8 months who have settled and been we've gotten historic raises, and it's I don't know. It's the thing that seems actually historic about it is essentially averting this massive strike wave.
Yeah, one of the things I wanted to add was, especially with those combo positions, ending that tier, is that was something that was introduced in the previous contract, which rank and file members voted down. It was a no vote, but it was just because of this, kind of obscure, rule in the Constitution where it's just if 50% of people don't vote, then it requires a 2/3, no vote. So, that was just completely, overruled by the union. They're like, we're going to do this anyways. So kind of, it's good that we righted that wrong. It's good to reduce a tier. Of course, I'm not going to knock that. But just kind of one of those things where it's but membership already didn't want that, or at least
it was
willing to
you guys
no.
did this. Yeah, it's you guys introduced this in the first place. Come on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's also worth noting that the 22-4 position, it wasn't working for our members, but it also wasn't working for the company either. They were having significant trouble trying to fill all the shifts that were needed and required by the position. And to the point that workers ended up kind of being slotted into one or the other with really bad schedules. And it wasn't working for either, is the thing. So it's great that we got rid of it. But it seems like it was somewhat of an easy thing to win. It made mutual sense, right? And it's just, there could have been bigger fights over other things in this contract that weren't pursued, right? So.
Yeah, that's the thing from everything that I've seen from it. It seems like the goal of this contract is to get a contract that's exactly good enough to get 51% of the vote in a contract to avoid UPS having to actually deal with a contract that a strike would produce.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of probably intentional, where it's just it's just good enough, to maybe warrant a yes vote. And especially, in context of, the last however many contracts. But it's kind of one of those things where it's okay, by comparison, it's good. But again, I don't think it quite goes far enough, either on the wage side, on the wages, or especially one of the issues that I've been focused on a lot is the heat protections.
Yeah, can we talk about specifically the heat protections, but then also kind of talk a bit about what is in the contract and what isn't in the contract that should be? We can start with the heat protection stuff.
Yeah, so one of the things, they'll be rolling out air conditioners in the all trucks, package cars, purchased, I believe, after August of next year, and they'll be kind of distributing them by zones. And current ones will be retrofitted with like heat shields and vents. I'm not quite sure how effective that'll be. One of the things for the inside people, is they'll be installing, tens of thousands of more fans, which, I'm not going to lie, that will feel really nice because those trailers just get so hot and stuffy. There's no airflow, especially like if it's been sitting for a while, you open the door, it's just like a blast of heat. But the problem with fans is they're only so effective, particularly once it reaches 95 degrees. They don't do anything. And so, there's a lot of places where it'll probably feel nice and it might help to some degree. But, especially like right now in, like the Southwest and the South, where you've just had these, 110 plus degree days, for like over a month, like that's not going to really do much, especially if you're anywhere, depending on if you've got dry heat or, higher humidity. In the latter, fans can and sometimes make it worse. I'm also worried it's going to kind of be like this, kind of like a comparison to security theater, but like more like safety theater, where it's this appearance of doing something to say like, look, we're doing this thing. It's going to keep you safe. But whether that's, actually true or not, we'll kind of find out. But definitely, I'm pretty worried about, what's going to happen, especially in the next 5 years. We already have, I think it was who was it? It was the World Meteorological Organization, now has their researchers have like a 98% certainty that we're going to reach a high mark for global warming before 2027. So, and I'm pretty sure last July was already the hottest month on record globally. And it's something I believe and I think in that report, it was like a 66% chance of passing that 1.5 degrees Celsius global warming between now and 2027. So it's kind of one of those things where, I don't think we necessarily have 5 years to wait to, address this contract language and add further protections. Especially we got other unions, like the International Longshore and Warehouse Union. They had an article that was talking about their heat protections, which have things like stewards that are equipped with heat monitoring equipment versus the current contract language for us would be they can just use like the OSHA app or, like weather service to check, like a weather station versus like the actual specific conditions you're working in.
Yeah, that seems like there'd be it seems like there's a huge discrepancy there because the indoor temperatures and temperatures in these trailers are way hotter than like the reported conditions.
Yeah, and it can be like 5-10 degrees hotter at least. I bought a little thermometer and hygrometer, something like that, whatever measures humidity. Because that's kind of because there are states with heat protections. There's like 7 of them. A lot of times they're using the heat index when you're factoring in the temperature and humidity to get the feels like temperature. And and with the ILWU, they're also getting rest breaks as part of their contract language, which I believe 2 or 3 states have those of the 7 total that actually have heat protections. And, the ILWU is kind of talking about, even though they have heat protections that kind of match or even kind of exceed partly what some of the states have, they're kind of saying this isn't enough for the current extreme heat we're facing.
Yeah, and we've talked about this on the show before, but like whatever heat protections get negotiated in a contract, like the company is going to basically the instant negotiations are over is going to figure out what the cheapest possible way to do this is with the shittiest equipment, and then B, like they're going to immediately try to figure out like how like how to actually subvert it. And this is the thing we've seen all over the world, even in places that have sort of national heat protection laws, is that even if you have a law, or even if you have a thing in a contract, even if you have something in your contract, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be enforced, and that requires it requires like a pretty significant degree of organization to make sure it stays enforced. And that's that's true both of stuff that's in contract and stuff that's like legally required. And so like if the thing that they're nominally required to do is still insufficient, it's going to end up being way worse than that on the ground.
Yeah, we're seeing that with our, existing heat protections at the state level, where they're, falling short. And especially, there's either, there's kind of loopholes, or even just kind of like murky language that makes it really hard to enforce in some cases.
Do not have a good transition, but it's hot. Yeah, here are some ads that are, I don't know, hopefully not making the climate worse. And we're back. So outside of the sort of the concerns around heat, what else has been going, like what else is in the contract that there's been sort of dispute over?
So if you look online, and this is an instance of not really quite understanding what's in the contract, but if you go online, a lot of people think that there are pension freezes in the contract. And once again, I think we can contribute this misunderstanding to a comm strategy failure, as well as a lack of open bargaining. The pension contribution rate has decreased, but money is still going in to the pension fund. Not as much as it was, is my understanding. The way the union broke it down for me was like there's $1 and 25 cents of that dollar is going to healthcare, 25 cents of that dollar is going to the pension, and then 50 cents of it is going to wages. And I'm going to be honest with you, I don't super understand all this money stuff either. But they showed us a thing where like the contributions are going to keep happening. Other things that have been in the kind of in the like what people have been thinking about is the full-time jobs, which I know we talked a lot about on the last one. That's it. I think we were using the 7,500 for newly created jobs, but apparently the contract also specifically requires them to actually fill the 22,000 some full-time jobs that exist that they just have not been filling. But even with that additional 22,000, that's still roughly 30,000 full-time jobs. That is for the full-time work for the whole workforce of 340,000 people. And something I learned is that full-time drivers can bid into those positions and get them because they will likely have the seniority to do so, because that's how we determine how to fill jobs. It's by seniority, how long have you been there? And usually, I think that makes sense. But, that really just contributes to the long, long wait of part-timers trying to get full-time work, right? And like the thing, like kind of related to that, we have these, like, if you have a market rate adjustment and you get your $275, for me, that's going to be $26.75 an hour. And that looks great until you remember that we are part-time. It is like we are supposed to work half a work week. I work less than because of the hub that I am at, which is not great. But, we need the hours, and there isn't enough jobs, and that's stipulated by this contract. I think that there probably could be a lot more jobs.
Yeah, I want to see something about that specifically too, which is that like when like you random listener who does not work at UPS, whenever you see someone like talking about a wage number and it's for part-timers, like if you want to try to figure out can this person survive, you need to divide that number by 2. At the very least, divide it by 2, possibly divide it by more, because again, like no one's like, if you're a part-timer, like obviously, yeah, you're not getting the hours that that you would normally, if you can't just immediately convert that to what would the salary be if you got like 40 hours a week or whatever. Like, you can't do that. I've seen this a lot, like on the internet. I've seen pundits talking about it like this, and it's just like a incomprehensible misunderstanding of the of like how this stuff actually works for you to be going like, oh, look at all this money that people are making, assuming that, like, and then using calculations that are based on like someone working full time, which is
Absolutely.
Most of the workforce, like a significant majority of the workforce is not working full time and will not be even after this contract.
Yes, yeah, it's estimated there are 60% of the workforce is part timers. So yeah, no, that is a huge issue. A lot of people also, like, when this is brought up, a lot of people like to then say, well, get a second job. But our jobs aren't flexible. Like, first of all, fuck having a second job. I am kind of staunchly opposed to the entire concept. But even if I wasn't, this job is not flexible enough to account for a second job. Not unless you never want to sleep and your second job is when you should be like sleeping. Because, we have our start times. Those are given to us a week in advance. But we don't know when our end times are, because the end times are when we run out of packages. So, some days, like in my hub, it's always just going to be the 2 hours. But like in other hubs, you could be there, you could be trying to get your 3.5 hour daily guarantee, like employing that when they're trying to send you home. Or you could be there 6-7 hours. And, how is another employer supposed to operate with that? You call in like 3 times saying like, oh, I can't actually leave my first job. You're not going to have that second job much longer. So yeah, in addition to the lack of full-time jobs, the way this job makes a second one impossible. So a lot of our part-timers really are relying on that part-time wage to get them through, and picking up doubles when they can, which means you kind of end up having a 10-hour day, because there's like about a 2-hour like space of time in between the shifts. So yeah, it's those are some of the big issues. So
yeah, that's one of my worries, if I want to go full time or not, is, can be, at least in the hub I work at, I would say usually I'm getting like 24 hours a week. So, if I'm going full time, double that, because now I'm working 2 shifts, but also, got to have that like hour or 2 of wait time between shifts. So, it's just a lot of time to be spending at work, especially unpaid time at work. That is the worst. It's not quite a long enough stretch to like go home, or at least if you have a decent commute to work. And another thing kind of came to my mind a little earlier was that, and it sounds like, at least talking with new hires, that this is still continuing, which is kind of this really deceptive hiring practice where the hours are posted. When I got the job, it was posted as part-time. Forget, it was something like, 9 to 4, but it, had that schedule for 5 days a week, 7-hour shifts, 35 hours a week, times by the 26 starting pay. I was like, oh, perfect. I'll be making like, somewhere like mid 40,000. That's livable, at least for my specific, circumstances. But then of course get there and, we get 2 days notice for, start time. It's posted on our either, end of the week. So don't know exactly when I'm working, until right before, the next week. And, at least during orientation, someone asked, oh, like, what's actually the end time? It's just like, oh, well, when the last package is loaded. Now, of course, if you know when the next shift starts, you can kind of get a better idea of when you'll actually be out of there. But still, it's just kind of, it's this claimed flexibility, but it's very difficult, to actually work a second job, or even, they offer tuition reimbursement, and a number of students who have had, a hard time actually getting the time off to attend their classes. And I also say anywhere that's part-time work that offers tuition reimbursement, I would say there's an expectation that, okay, well, you're going to school and you're working part-time. You would think the wages then should at least, provide enough for rent, food, gas, textbooks, all that.
Yeah, to piggyback off of what Oliver just said regarding, like this is a wage that is good for, their situation when they were assuming it was at the, 35 hours a week. Another thing to think about is a lot of these part-timers, they have families, they have significant others that they're caring for. Like, a lot of people look at this wage and make the faulty assumption that you talked about earlier by multiplying it by 40 to get the 40. And then they assume that's for just that one person. And like, there are part-timers of every age, right? And they all have their own families and stuff like that they are expected to care for as well. So like, when you look at all of this and the, the rate of inflation and the way the economy is, and you take all of these things into account, like the gains that are provided for in this contract is not enough when you consider the whole of everyone who works at UPS. It's leaving behind families, right? Like, yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, and I think another thing that isn't talked about that much in terms of this is like the actual physical effect on your body of doing this kind of work, because this is like, I don't know, this kind of work is intense enough that, I mean, there's very real risk of injury, and there's also, I mean, just like, over the course of time, doing this kind of shit is going to like fuck up your body. And like part of the sort of bargain of like part of the bargain of this work is that you're getting, it's in some ways like, you could think about it like, if you're a mid-level football player, like you're going to get your fucking brain destroyed by just repeated head trauma, right? And, so there's only a limited amount of time your body can physically handle this. And it's like, yeah, okay, it looks like you're getting a lot of money in a very short amount of time, but you have to live with the sort of physical consequences of what happened to you on that job, getting that money. So that money also like not just, it doesn't just have to get you through like now, right? Like it has to also essentially be compensation to the physical damage that you're doing to your body by doing this shit. And, I think like these wages look even worse when you look at like, when you think of it in terms of, in not just in terms of immediate rent, but like in the really long term of having to, live with the sort of physical damage that you take from doing this stuff.
Yeah,
1,000%.
Absolutely. And that's fine. I just had a coworker talking about that today, actually. And, cause there are a lot of like college age kids, the early 20s, I've at least from, my experience, I've noticed kind of usually they're kind of like the quick turnover. I feel like a lot of people are staying more like their, 30s, 40s. We have people older than that too, on my line. And I think part of that's just like, kind of, we understand the importance of, a gold tier health insurance plan and a pension. But, of course, with, being older, it's going to, have even more of an effect on the body. And yeah, I know I've heard people talking about this where it's just like, oh, well, it's just part-time, or it's, entry level, quote unquote. You don't need a degree for this. So like, why do you think it should be paid more? It's like, well, it's brutal. I mean, we get a 10-minute break for working up to 6 hours. That is it. Why they don't have to do a lunch break, I don't know. It seems like UPS just always gets their way. And that's, like state, local, federal law. They don't care. Even this last contract, there's so many violations. Of course, we gotta, whether, this is yes or no, whatever the next contract is, that's going to be a big part of the fight, is just holding them accountable and to the terms.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I've had coworkers out on, workers' comp for like, doing physical therapy for the injuries that they got on the job for like months at a time, right? These like, we're sitting around loading boxes all day, and some of them are very light, but some of them are really fucking heavy. Some of them are really awkward to hold. They're weirdly shaped. Like, there are some boxes where, like, they tell you about, the UPS tells you about methods, the 8 keys of lifting and lowering that, should make it safe. But, like, there are some boxes where it's impossible to follow those methods. The absolute bane of my existence, and I recognize them every time I see them. I swear to God, these things must be just filled with lead, because you look at them and it's a very small box. It's not more than like probably 12 inches long, like, no, not even 12 inches, probably more like 7 inches long, like 6-7 inches wide, and then like 2.5 inches, deep. And that should be a very easy box, but it's like filled with lead. And for whatever reason, it can weigh like 35 to 50 pounds.
Jesus.
And it's like, one, that box is too small to like have a team lift on, because you can't have 2 people around something like that. Yeah. And like, when you pick up a box, you're supposed to keep the natural curve of your back, but do not overextend the curve. And you have to for those like packages like that, right? Like, there's not a way to position yourself to lift them safely. And you kind of have to a little bit jerk up, which they tell you not to do, but that's the only way to get leverage on it. And yeah, like, and I've been in trailers where like a box like that was loaded precariously, like just slightly above my head. And one time it came crashing down and I like Neo'd out of the way. Like I was like in the fucking Matrix. And I was just like, oh, if I had just been a little bit less responsive, that could have been a very serious head injury for me. And so, yeah, the risk of like very severe injury, like, I busted my face open on a grate outside of where what we call the cans, which are like the things that have all the packages, they bring them to the bay doors. I was unloading and I had to go between them. And there was motor oil spilled. I tripped and I like smashed my face open on a fucking grate and had to get stitches. Like, it's, yeah, no, the safety involved with this job is not extremely guaranteed. And yeah, the risk of injury is high, and we should be preemptively compensated for that.
Yeah, it's like, and even somehow, if you manage to go like your whole career without a single injury, there's, well, at least like more the kind of like accidental injury, because it's a lot of repetitive motion, and eventually it's gonna take its toll.
All right, we're doing some more ads.
Yeah, buy things.
All right, we are back. So I guess another aspect of this that I wanted to talk about has been the sort of broader strategy of trying to avoid strikes. And this has been both sort of, to some extent, run by unions, to some extent, like imposed from the top down. One of the things I wanted to sort of talk about, yeah, I think in a sort of kind of under-discussed aspect of what's been happening in the last sort of year or so has been Biden's willingness to get involved in strikes earlier. Obama eventually got involved in a couple of strikes during his tenure, but he tended to not get involved until like a strike had been going on for like 9 months or whatever. And Biden's been taking like a very, very proactive approach to sort of, I don't know, strike mitigation, I guess, is the sort of like sanitized term you take here, like keeping labor peace. But he seems to have a sort of, he seems to be getting very, very involved very quickly in trying to make sure that strikes don't happen. And, the consequence of this is that we didn't get the rail strike that we should have gotten. And there's been a few other strikes that have sort of been averted. And I wanted to ask, I guess, how you're thinking about this strike, not just sort of in terms of like the immediate benefits, but in terms of what it would actually mean if like another major strike sort of gets shut down before we can get going in a year that is, I mean, still, even if this strike doesn't happen, a pretty sort of full year in labor terms.
Yeah. Well, one, I guess I got to say thank you to the most pro-labor president of our lifetime. You're absolutely right. He does seem to be getting involved early and mitigating them. If I had to speculate, he's very concerned about this whole economy thing that we keep talking about, right? And he doesn't want to see any big shocks to the economy. And, that's something where I guess I disagree. I think a shock to the economy that is brought about by workers going on strike reminds them of what they have and what they move and what they create, right? And I think, the ruling class, our politicians and the capitalists who own our politicians, they don't want us to experience that. I remember even during the Trump administration, when, it was during the government shutdown, and Sarah Nelson got all the flight attendants to do a sick out and stuff like that. And kind of just like that, the government shutdown had ended and they all went back to do government things, whatever those government things are. And, people on Twitter, they were talking about this is workers have power to affect not only their own work conditions, but they can have broad implications on society, on the political climate, on what's going on. And there was absolutely, I think, a contingent of centrist liberals that were really frightened by that idea. They like a society in which the right people who went to the right schools and all of that, where they're the ones that are in charge and they are the ones that are shaping history with the pen strokes on whatever bills they're legislating. And I think they have a vested interest in making sure that workers don't get to experience that sense of autonomy that they can experience by going on strike and by seeing, exactly what kind of power they have and what it does. Because they don't want it to get beyond what's going on in the workplace. They barely want it there, So I think there is a vested interest, and I have not been able to see it confirmed, but I have seen in articles where they will say that, Sean O'Brien had met with President Biden, but then there isn't a link click through, so I can't figure out what the initial thing is. But I'm not surprised. And it's a damn shame. It's a shame that the president of our local union, should that have happened, succumbed to it, right?
Yeah, that's the thing where it's been really hard to get reliable information on. It's also possible they were sort of behind the scenes talks that we just don't know about. Mm-hmm. But, the place we know this happened is between the rail strikes, where there was a lot of pressure from rail unions to on their rank and file to get to just sign on to some kind of agreement. And I think this is something that, in terms of sort of political repression, it's something that's not understood in the same way, but that is also still negotiating behind the scenes and putting pressure on. And then, eventually Biden does just actively mandate that the strike can't happen, right? That is that. I will argue that is in fact a form of strike breaking.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
And I think people tend to be less, but specifically the ability to sort of cut deals with unions like this is something that the Republicans aren't really good at. It's not an ability that they really have. It's something that is largely limited to the Democrats. But this means that they have sort of they have a unique capacity to repress social movements that isn't as obvious as sort of just a bunch of strikebreakers showing up or the cops showing up, but is there all the same. And I think is in some ways more dangerous because, you get these arguments with the rail strike where technically eventually Biden was able to get some kind of deal through for some sick time. Right. But, and you have this sort of liberal conception of what labor is, where they're like, oh, well, everyone was wrong to like be mad at Biden for this. Like they got the thing eventually. But, you know, the problem here isn't just, you know, strikes aren't just about the immediate thing that you're fighting for, right? Like they're also about like moving the class as a whole. They're about the experience of striking. They're about and they're also about the fact that you will get a better deal if you win a strike than you will if you get like, you know, if you get one of these sort of like negotiated deals like cut in a back room by Biden and like 17 unions and the Manufacturers Association. And so I think it's important to understand that, you know, there is a fundamental sort of difference between like liberalism's sort of conception of, you know, you achieve material gains and it doesn't really matter what the process is, right? Or, you know, the process is like you go through the legislative domain. There's an actual difference between that and the things that happens during a strike, which is, you know, there's an actual process of like the building of power of workers and, you know, building the autonomy of the class itself. And I don't know. I think those are very different. And I think a lot of what we've been seeing here is an attempt both by unions themselves, by business leaders, and also by like the president and the Democratic Party to try to make sure that this doesn't happen and that they can sort of contain this really explosive labor moment and prevent it from sort of turning into anything more.
Yeah, I think that's very true. I think that, you know, the unions, you know, have long been divorced from their original roots as like, you know, this was a communist socialist, this sprung out of communism, socialism, anarchism. It was about workers banding together to not only collectively bargain just for their workplaces, but for society-wide issues, right? Unions used to be explicitly political. And you know, as we've like seen this rise in political conscience, you know, over like this last decade, the ruling class and, you know, the entrenched union bureaucrats that have long been, you know, divorced from those origins, I think have a very vested interest in, you know, not having labor go back to those roots and stuff like that. You know, it obviously threatens the ruling class power, excuse me. And it threatens your union bureaucrat jobs when workers start like demanding more from like what the labor movement can provide for them, right? So I think that's all very true. And it's just that this is another avenue where collective change is possible, and the state and capital will always clamp down on any avenue where change can be achieved through those means. So I think that's really, really what we're seeing here.
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, I think another thing that's worth pointing out is that like part of the reason that, you know, if you go back to sort of like when the era of the sort of decline of unionism happened, right? Like part of the reason why the Reagan era repression worked was that a lot of these unions had already sort of hollowed out the radical core of like what had been their union organizers. They had purged, you know, like the CIO. I mean, even back as early as like the 40s, like the CIO purged like all of its leftist members. And you know, you got these successive like these successive sort of iterations of unionism that were less and less militant. And, you know, like you can literally see what the result of that has been, right? Like union density down to like 6%. And so, you know, if it keeps going like this and we keep getting these sort of like sustained efforts to make sure that it never redevelops again, like, yeah, like we're gonna be stuck there.
Yeah, and I mean, specific to those UPS contracts, can absolutely see that, you know, by looking at the wage growth, you know, through the last 40 years, or maybe the lack thereof, more the stagnating wages, just, you know, between either, you know, union officials or, you know, even in the, you know, Biden coming in, I think it's like, you know, more or less like these people who aren't going, you know, who didn't enter the economy, you know, within the last, you know, decade or two, and don't know at all really what our experiences are, what kind of challenges and struggles and burdens we're facing. And I mean, especially and not prepared at all for, this world with a drastically changing climate.
Yeah, yeah. And then also to go back to the decline of, how unions have operated, over these last for some decades, right? I think this is something I talked about a lot, and I talked about it, I think, on the last podcast. But, once the organized left was kind of purged out of all of these unions, unions kind of became about a service model. And, that's when the union leadership, does, you on the floor are enforcing your contract, you're bringing your grievances to the union, and the union is getting something done about them, right? And I think, that model in and of itself is indicative of a decline of collective action, right? That reduces the union to, that's the entity you go to when there is an issue in the enforcement of your contract, and they negotiate a new contract for you. And, that's the service model type, right? And that's what we're seeing that's what a lot of the business unions do and stuff like that. Some of them do it better than others. But then there's also the organizing model where you use the union as a means to make your members militant, and they do contract enforcement on the floor, and they organize protests at their work site, and they they get involved in, issues outside of the work site. Right. And I think, watching the service model kind of prevail over these last, some decades over the organizing model is just, it's absolutely just another sign of collective action being stamped down wherever it can be. There's
an interesting thing with there's an interesting thing with the service model that I see a lot, where it's when you're getting sort of union inoculation stuff, right? They'll be the management is going to tell you that the union is an outside force, and it's not. The union is actually you. And it's this is true, but also damn, I wonder where the idea that the union is an outside force and is not actually you came from. It couldn't, it couldn't possibly have anything to do with the way you run your union. Okay.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think we were talking about that last time, the kind of the lack of onboarding and engagement by the union.
Yeah.
I mean, especially, I know this, other union members too, where it does kind of feel like they're oh, I don't have all these benefits or higher pay or we're thinking about striking, but we don't even have a strike fund. We don't know how exactly we'll weather the storm. I mean, that's something I hear, a lot on the shop floor is when talking about, our union, it's always the union. I know I say that a ton too, but I mean, I kind of feel like the language we just use day to day talking about it, it kind of, there's that inherent separation where it's oh, it's the union. It's this, it's this outside thing. It's not, oh, it's a collection of all, rank and file members. It's us. We're the union.
Yeah, and it doesn't. But the thing is, it doesn't become that unless you have a really high level of participation, and then also a systemic effort to make sure everyone's involved, and to make sure that the union functions in such a way that that decisions of membership actually matters. And I don't know. I think it's really. I think it's really easy to, in this moment where unions are incredibly where the actual amount of unions in the US is really small, and also simultaneously we're seeing a sort of resurgence of union organizing. I think it's really, really easy to sort of fall into this trap and be completely uncritical of the way that unions have functioned. Because again, if the current model of unions that exists right now, if that stuff worked, we wouldn't be in the sort of conditions that we're in now. And that calls for you know, like that calls for collective action. And, you know, one of the things that calls for is being willing to go on strike.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Do you two have anything else that you wanted to add?
Yeah, no, because like something that, you know, when I think about like, you know, how do we get back to like this sort of, you know, where a union is, you know, we are the union. A union is a collective of workers advocating for their rights, right? They are banding together, you know, they're negotiating together. And when I think about, you know, the Teamsters, you know, and how they operate right now. And, you know, we just had that big reform slate win where Sean O'Brien won and then, you know, delivered us this contract. And, you know, Sean O'Brien did do like they did in TDU did do other good things. They got rid of that constitutional rule that Oliver mentioned earlier. But I think, you know, when we talk about like bringing down that barrier between the union and the members, the next most obvious step for me is that we need to get to open bargaining in this union. And frankly, I think open bargaining, or the fact that this bargaining was closed, you know, was behind closed doors, you know, there were NDAs signed. There were rank and file members there, but they also couldn't tell us about it because of those, you know, NDAs. Open bargaining is what's going to solve this, because this, like the whole fiasco about this tentative agreement and now all the kind of resulting hostility that is felt between members and leadership and members and even other members, I think it's, you know, like so much of this is due to a failure of comms and the fact that we did not know what was being discussed in this in these negotiations at any time except for the big highlights that they could tell us about, right? And then, you know, they release a highlight reel that has very confusing language. They eventually do release the contract, but not all of the memorandums of understanding that would help us understand what is actually in that contract. And, you know, they're releasing all of this information in a way that is going to result in people not understanding what's in it. And I really do think open bargaining is the next step that, you know, reformers in this union need to be advocating and organizing for. Because this has just kind of been a real shit show, to be honest. And I think it's a comms failure, to be perfectly honest. So.
Yeah. And I would absolutely agree with that. You know, and I know like there was a IBT webinar with Sean O'Brien, and you know, he even spoke to misinformation, but didn't, you know, elaborate on what it was or, you know, how or why it's wrong. And I was just like, man, you got our emails, addresses, phone numbers. We're here on this webinar. Like, you can correct the record anytime. You know, it's if you're worried about something that's not true and may or may not influence people's votes, like you can do something about that. Like you have a lot of money, you have, you know, a comms team, so use it. It's, you know, just talk to your members like they're real people. You know, we can understand shit. You don't gotta just, you know, get angry, or even kind of like I was saying earlier, where it's just like almost this like feels like this framing where anything, you know, that's a dissenting view or a critique, you know, so it's all misinformation. Don't pay any attention to it.
Yeah, which is, you know, I don't know, like I've seen this in a couple of, I don't know, like I've seen this in a couple of sort of union things we've covered on this show, is like, I don't know, and an incredible unwillingness of union leadership to even like consider a position that's not their own, and to just sort of like immediately, you know, when confronted with another thing, to just immediately attempt to completely delegitimate them, and that sucks. Yeah. You know, it's just not a great way to run a union.
No, you definitely, you know, and I've been seeing this closing like sort of rank around leadership, right? And it's not something that inspires trust in union leadership whatsoever, right? Like, you could be a member that, doesn't understand something, just has a question, and then you kind of just end up being stonewalled. And, you're told, well, go to this meeting where we're going to explain things and da 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 da. And it's like, yeah, but I have you on the phone now. Can you explain it now? And, and it's like they're taking all of these concerns as a personal blow to their ego, right? Like they're taking it personally, as if people having concerns about what this contract does and does not stipulate is like an attack on their moral character. And it's just really fucking frustrating. I got to be real with you. And, it doesn't say a lot for the overall democratic nature of the union either, right? Like, this is like, you're kind of being told, well, keep your opinions to yourself, accept our word for it. Like, you can vote however you want. This is one member, one vote. But, you can't be going online talking about it. You can't be going talking to your coworkers about it because you don't have all the information. You're not understanding it correctly. And it's just like, well, can you get better at explaining it? Can you not react this way? Like, can we have a thing where we can just fucking talk about what's in it and what's not in it? And yeah, it's just, again, been real fucking frustrating.
Yeah, it's another thing. I mean, too, is, any contract language, maybe it should either be more clear or concise, or if it's going to be more on the legalese side, put out a little contract, explainer guide, maybe especially around key language or language that they know is maybe vague or going to cause, issues of understanding it. And even, one other thing about open bargaining was, looking at the IBT press release, there's one paragraph and it starts, rank and file members served on the committee for the first time. It continues on later saying, our hard work has finally paid, or our hard work has paid off. And, and goes on to then say, this is the most historic contract we've ever had. So it kind of seems like right there where it's like, well, if limited member participation bound by NDAs led to this historic contract, maybe it's time to involve all of us.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And also, the rank and file that are on these committees are appointed by leadership. So we don't get to choose who these people are. And it's like leadership absolutely just has the ability to be like, well, I'm going to, appoint the ones that I like the most, that I have the best relationship with, that I know thinks the sun kind of shines out of my ass. And yeah, there's just this absolutely overall lack of a democratic internal culture. We elect, our officers, most of them, but we don't elect stewards. We don't elect our business agents or anything like that. We vote on our contracts and that's it. At our union meetings, I've had one union meeting where we did a vote that was introduced by leadership, right? It's not the most democratic culture. And that's another thing that needs to change as well.
Yeah. And I mean, I think that goes back to a sort of a fundamental political conflict, which is is democracy when you vote for someone else to make every decision, or is democracy when people collectively make decisions themselves? And the sort of slipperiness of those two things allows people who essentially want to be the only ones who ever get to make decisions to be able to claim that they are in favor of democracy or whatever. But, mean that they get to make all decisions after they get elected, and not mean actual people sort of make decisions for themselves.
Yeah, 1000%.
Yeah, it's like we need a more someone who serves as more of a delegate role than a representative.
Okay, I guess my final thing is you two are both going to encourage people to vote no on this contract for the extremely long list of both technical procedural material and like broadly social reasons.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, I'll be I'll be voting no and also advocating for that, and also just advocating people to vote as well.
Yes, big same on that. Low union participation sends a bad message to the company. So definitely doing both and continuing to have those conversations on the shop floors with folks, explaining my concerns and stuff like that. But yeah, no, I'm also going to be voting no on this contract as well.
Yeah, so that is yeah, I guess that is our coverage of this. There is still time for there to actually be a strike and for this contract to fail and for people to fight for a better one. And yeah, I wish both of you two good luck in fighting this. And yeah, and thank you both for coming on.
Yeah, thanks so much for having us. I was excited to give you guys an update about all the crazy shit we talked about in the first episode.
Yeah. I'm glad we got to talk about it.
It was a pleasure being on, and yeah, appreciate the time.
Yeah. Do you have anything to plug before?
A yes or no vote, solidarity, all workers and everyone on the shop floor. And, we'll got to keep on fighting for better conditions.
Yeah, and you too, dear listener, can fight for better conditions in your own workplace. And yeah, if one day fight for a world where we don't have workplaces like this at all.
Amen.
Hallelujah.
Sink into affordable luxury. Anabay is the only machine washable sofa, inside and out. With stain-resistant slip covers and a cloud-like frame duvet, everything goes right in the wash. Plus, the modular design lets you change the look of your space anytime. Visit WashableSofas.com to upgrade your home. Shop up to 60% off site-wide, with sofas starting at just $699 and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Shop now at WashableSofas.com. Offers are subject to change, and certain restrictions may apply.
Pro drivers live for race day, but for small business owners, every day is race day. That's why going pro with Lenovo Pro matters. One-on-one advice, IT solutions, and customized hardware powered by Intel Core Ultra processors keep your business on the right track. Business goes pro with Lenovo Pro. Sign up for free at lenovo.com/pro.
Lenovo. Let's talk about modern home shopping. It's sort of become a fun side hobby, right? Scrolling listings at night, dreaming about kitchens you've never seen, or backyards you haven't even stepped foot in, all from the comfort of pretty much anywhere. Redfin knows a lot of people like you want to own, but are stuck in this browsing mode loop. That's where Redfin flips the script. With listings that update within minutes and tours you can book right from the Redfin app, you can see your dream home the moment it appears. Now, liking a listing is easy, but actually landing it, that's where Redfin comes in. Redfin has over 2,200 agents with local expertise. And Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents. That means they want to help you win, not just window shop. Redfin is built to help you go from just looking to wait, this could actually be home. So become the newest neighbor on the block. Visit redfin.com to start finding and start owning. That's redfin.com.
What's foreign my policy? I don't know, guys. I don't know. I got like trapped into this like pattern of doing introductions a certain way, and I don't really feel good about it. But how does one break their patterns? Speaking of patterns, let's talk about Syria.
Beautiful.
That was awesome. Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
understood
Yeah,
exactly what that meant.
I feel like one of the basketball guys when someone lays him up and then he just does a dunk. That's what I feel like.
Yeah,
Don't know enough about them.
Green Bay Packers swish.
Yep. Go Tom Brady. Okay. Okay. Sports talk aside, I'm wearing my Rwanda football shirt today. We are gathered here today to talk about Turkish drone strikes on the SDF.
Yay.
Not funny. Not funny.
The SDF.
Yeah, funny,
we're talking about like the continued Turkish military operations across their border in northeast Syria, the area commonly known as Rojava, and also in southern Turkey as well.
Yeah.
So just to give some numbers around this to start off, right, in year of 2022, which there wasn't a territorial offensive. So like you're not seeing like troops on the ground. Turkey carried out 130 drone strikes in the Autonomous Administration of North and East Syria. Yeah, that's the place that is more commonly known as Rojava. And they killed at least 8 YPJ members. So the YPJ would be the Women's Protection Forces, who are a unit within the Syrian Democratic Forces, which is the armed forces of the AANES, Autonomous Area of Northeast Syria. I will come at you really hard with acronyms in this. I think if people haven't listened to Robert's series Women's War, maybe The Women's War, that would be a good place to start, because like we only have half an hour or 45 minutes or whatever, and we can't explain an extremely complicated conflict which has been going on for 12 years in that time. So I think some grounding in who is who and what is what, you can find it there, I guess. But is that a fair summary of who those people are, Robert?
Yeah, basically. So you had kind of the gist of the story is that for a very long time, starting in southern Turkey, there's been a Kurdish militant group called the PKK. They were way back in the day, originally Maoist. They had a bunch of internal power struggles within their own organization, and then wound up taking a pretty wide turn away from Maoism towards a kind of political theory heavily influenced by the work of an American anarchist thinker named Murray Bookchin. This was largely due to the fact that their leader, a guy named Abdullah Öcalan, got, while he was in Turkish prison, kind of pilled on a lot of this kind of like fringe American libertarian-ish sort of political philosophy. Yeah, with this, basically the gist of it is this kind of this kind of synthesis of a lot of Bookchin's ideas with some of the stuff that Öcalan had been thinking about for years, kind of culminated in a political philosophy called libertarian municipalism, which is more or less the governing philosophy that these different armed militant organizations kind of clustered around the PKK in northeast Syria, because the PKK for years would just kind of like cross the border in the northeast Syria when they were fighting with the Turks and they had to get away. And they had a bunch of inroads with local Kurdish organizations in northeast Syria. And when the Assad regime pulled out of the area in the early stages of the Syrian civil war, a lot of these groups that were affiliated with the PKK were kind of the best organized organizations in the area. And so they took over a lot of civil administration, and basing a lot of their plans and, functional activities around these ideas that Öcalan had been, writing about for years and years. And so you kind of have this mix of all these armed organizations that are to some extent descended from the PKK, but are now much broader than just sort of a Kurdish liberatory organization. These are the folks who fought and defeated ISIS in northeast Syria. That's, I don't know. There's so much to get into, but I guess that's kind of the broad strokes. And all of these different, because there's a bunch of different militias. There's militias that are kind of more traditionalist Arab militias. There's Armenian militias in the area. There's obviously these Kurdish militias, the YPG and the YPJ, primarily Kurdish militias, but they all fight under the banner of the SDF. And to the Turks, they're all the PKK.
Yes. I'm glad you mentioned all the different militias and stuff because it gets really confusing. Like even, I mean, I'm Syrian and I'm just like, I cannot keep up. I talked to my parents about it too, and they're just like, it's complicated. So I think you did a good job breaking that down. I also want to mention they were the only people fighting ISIS in Syria.
Yeah.
So I think it's pretty notable to mention. Yeah.
Yeah. I got a list of the founding groups of the SDF. So this happens in 2015, right? Earlier in the fight against ISIS. And some of these groups are descended, like Shireen said, not from the YPJ or the YPG. And Robert said this too, that they come from the FSA, the Free Syrian Army, like specifically the FSA around the Kobani area, contributed elements. There's the Syriac Military Council, so that's a distinct ethnic group. There is the Jayash or Al-Thawar, if I said that right?
No, but I can say it if you want.
Please do. Magical. Thank you.
Jaysh al-Thawar. Jaysh means army, or like, army. Yeah, Jaysh.
Yeah.
It's annoying because in English it's spelled Jayish, but it's just Jaysh. So,
the Revolutionary Army of Revolutionaries, I guess more accurately, who are another mixed ethnicity group. They, like Robert said, include Turkmen, Armenians, all kinds of different ethnic groups. So, like at this point, the entity that is the SDF is a majority Arab entity. It's not like an ethnic Kurdish thing, and the autonomous administration is not like a Kurdish ethno-state, which I think is something that people can sometimes either confuse or conflate. But like that's not the case, right? That's not what this sort of democratic federalism is about, nor is it what's represented in terms of the composition of the people there, so people doing the fighting, right? So sometimes these groups will be referred to en masse as like quote unquote the Kurds.
You should, by how kind of messy my explanation was, it is hard to walk people through this. Folks' eyes tend to glaze over, for one thing, when you mention a certain number of acronyms. But this leads to a situation whereby the U.S. news is just like, the Kurds defeated ISIS in northeast Syria. And it was like, no, there were a whole lot of other people who did a lot of dying to win
and
that
some Kurds
battle.
who weren't involved.
And some Kurds who were not involved.
There's also just so much infighting, I think, that it gets, I don't know, it's a lot.
It is a lot like saying the Americans defeated the Nazis. And it's like, well, there were some other people involved in that fight.
Yeah. Well, I've seen some films, Robert, and let me tell you. But yes, I think Robert is right. Like, it collapses two things, right? Like the heterogeneity of Kurdish people, right? Different Kurdish areas, different Kurdish movements, and the heterogeneity of the SDF. So, mainstream news sometimes because shocking.
It is also worth noting, like, Kurds are certainly not a monolithic group. For examining, northeast Syria is like flatlands, lowlands, and there's a big difference between the mountain Kurds and the Kurds who live in these like lowlands, and traditionally even like a lot of like bad blood and stuff between different groups, because that's just the way human beings are. Like,
it's really easy, I think, for when we're consuming news, especially news about the part of the world that the populace here hasn't been spectacularly well informed on, to break things down into easy groups, right? Like you'll see a lot as well, like Sunni and Shia as like the two categories that can exist within and then people get very confused when there are categories within that, when there are Sunni groups fighting each other. And the same with like Kurds or Turkmen or whatever. Like, none of these groups are homogenous, and sometimes if I get it, if you're doing a 5-minute piece for TV, that's what you do. But here we are, not doing a 5-minute piece for TV. This has not been like Kurdish History 101. Please read some more books about that. I'll put some in the sources. But what I want to talk about today is some of these Bayraktar attacks on specifically YPJ, right? So the YPJ would be the Women's Defense Forces. So that's a women's militia within the SDF. That, as Robert said, it's based heavily, I guess, on the outlook of Abdullah Öcalan, who's sometimes called Apo. So we might use that for brevity here. So in one attack in April 2022, 3 YPJ fighters were killed. Dilar Haleb, who had participated in the resistance of the Sheikh Massoud district of Aleppo in 2012. She became a leading YPJ commander and participated in the fight against ISIS, playing a leading role in the liberation of the city of Manbij. Rouhani Kobani. It's worth noting, I guess, sorry, I stop every 15 seconds to explain context, that you'll hear sometimes place names in people's names. That's because they're like nom de guerre, rather than that this is not their like legal name necessarily, but it's standard practice for these people to take like a movement name or a nom de guerre, much like Robert and I explained in the episodes on Myanmar. It's a lot of people do this a lot of places. Is that fair, Robert?
Yeah. There's a lot of like oftentimes people just like take a name based on their city that they came from, like Kobani or whatever. But it's pretty much the norm that most people, most fighters will introduce themselves by some sort of nom de guerre. Yeah.
Even some of I know people who are like British or American who have been over there, who are over there, and they also have these nom de guerre.
And there's a lot in that. One thing you have to keep in mind is that like a lot of these people who are revolutionaries, who consider themselves revolutionaries, have family in regime controlled parts of town or parts of Syria, or in in Idlib, which is largely controlled by these like more Turkish backed Islamist groups. And so part of why you do this is like, I don't want my family like getting caught up in this shit. Like if they live somewhere else, like I don't want to like bring that down on them. It's just safer.
Yeah, just like when we did our Myanmar episodes, right? We had Miauk and Andy and Sarah. Another woman, as I said, Rouhani Kobani, joined the YPGA in 2014. She fought against ISIS. She was wounded. She participated after recovering in the liberation of Raqqa. And she was the co-chair of the defense committee in Kobani. And then there was the youngest woman. She just joined, I guess, or had joined at a young age. And she was called Kobani. And she joined after the fight against ISIS. She was very young. There are pictures. I'll include a report. It's very sad to see someone like so young.
They look like there's a couple of them that look like babies. Like it's really devastating because it's, I don't know, their lives are taken from them and they join to. It's empowering and then it's devastating because it's just like they fought so hard and then they were assassinated. Literally, they were murdered.
Yeah, it's especially when you consider that so many of these, like the women who fought against ISIS, right? Like, and I think we could all probably understand why women would want to do that. Like, wanted to create a place where young girls could grow up and be who they wanted to be, and do what they wanted to do, and like not have to. Obviously like kowtow to this extremely violent misogynist organization like ISIS, but also like not necessarily have to fight either, and could be self-realized in whatever way they wanted to. And so to see these people having achieved their goal largely of I guess ISIS still exists, right? And ISIS still continues to kill people. It killed 10 people yesterday, but that's the 8th of August because you won't hear this today. But to see these people who have like successfully at least liberated the territory and then their young women are still dying. But not fighting ISIS, but fighting Turkey. I can go on and give there are dozens of examples of this report. Another one I'll just give in July 2022, there was a YPJ commander called Roj Kabur and a fighter called Barin Botan. So one of them had been, and then another one called another YPJ commander called Jian Tolhidan. So these two women had been involved in the fight against ISIS from the beginning, having liberated cities, liberated territory, and then they were with this young woman who was 19 years old and had relatively recently joined the YPJ, right, and was killed by a drone strike. It's particularly galling, I think, for me at least, the YPJ Information Office is someone I communicate with for work stuff, and it's particularly galling to wake up, right, and see that on your phone, to get a message and look at a report, see a picture of a car blown to pieces, at the same time as the Bayraktar is a drone that Turkey has sold to Ukraine in large numbers, right, which has been hugely effective in destroying Russian armor, and it's
earlier on, at least, was it seems to not really work. I mean, a lot of stuff has changed. Obviously, new technology is extremely effective early on before there's countermeasures. Anyway, whatever. We don't need to get nerdy about this.
Yeah. It's certainly in the first months of the war, the war in Ukraine became a meme. You can buy a stuffed Bayraktar on Etsy or eBay, like a soft toy, like a teddy bear. There are songs about
That's
it.
So disturbing. That is so disturbing.
It's not great. Yeah, it was one of those things where, like, obviously I was happy to see effective tools being used by the Ukrainians to like defend their home.
Yes, of course.
But I'm not ever going to get up and stand the Turkish defense industry industry. For the record, I feel the same way about like the people standing, different US defense contractors making stuff like, long range missile systems. Like, no, I'm not really a fan of that. Like, I get it. Sometimes, when you're being invaded, you use the tools available, but that doesn't mean we need to celebrate that.
Yeah, exactly. I think the tools are largely kind of agnostic. Anyone who sort of is making things to kill people purely for profit, it's not necessarily a good thing to do with your life, I guess. And like, it's just troubling to me to see people like cheering this on without like. It highlights one, like the way that people engage with conflict, especially online, especially in the US. Which
fandom,
it's not a computer game. It's someone's 19-year-old fucking daughter. It's someone's mum or sister or brother or uncle or dad or non-binary relative.
The fact that you can buy like a stuffed fucking weapon, like little drone thing on eBay, it's just so disturbing. I really just don't like humans when I think about that.
Yeah, I understand why it happens this way. And I understand why, if your country is being invaded and you can get more support from the international community by leaning into this shit, you lean into this shit. But I don't like the idea of like some, I don't know, fucking accountant in Iowa watching hundreds of videos of like Russian soldiers being killed and then like getting a fucking Lockheed Martin tattoo.
Right.
Turning your support for people, in a deadly military conflict into like fandom, treating it the way you treat like a Marvel movie or whatever, I find not great.
Yeah, it's just not like, I understand why. Like, I wouldn't blame anyone in Ukraine for being super excited about having Bayraktars because it stops people burning their homes and killing their children.
Yeah,
and, like, I would want that too.
No, just if you're like, I have a friend who I went, like we were in fucking Avdiivka together, like sheltering with people from Russian shells and stuff, who then went on to join the Ukrainian military and has been fighting since the expanded invasion. If he wants to share videos or watch videos of like, dead Russian soldiers from Telegram, like that's war. It's unpleasant, but I get it. Like, again, if you're some dude in fucking Wisconsin doing the same thing, I find that pretty unsettling. Like, because you don't need to. Yeah.
No, you don't need to. You don't need to dehumanize those people so you can kill them because you're not killing them.
Yeah.
But you seem to have engaged in that same dehumanization, which is necessary for people fighting, because I don't know, maybe you think you're helping.
It's hard to shoot people otherwise. Like,
sometimes you have to shoot people.
That's war.
Hard to fucking bayonet people, right? There's a reason that bayonet training is one of these things that's particularly just kind of, it has to be violent. You have to be horrible, like there's no nice way to stab someone. But it doesn't mean that you need to tweet about it, especially folks who maybe aren't perhaps as on the ground familiar as what this looks like. So I wanted to maybe get into a little bit, and there are, as I said, dozens of these drone attacks. They really ramped up in early 2023, along with like a kind of a larger air offensive, right? They continue to happen like almost weekly. If people want to, I guess, keep tabs, YPJ Info is the YPJ's kind of public-facing press website. Roger Information Center is a good English language resource. Both of those you can find on X, or if you want to look somewhere else, you can also search for them and go to their websites.
Did we just say X?
No,
we
only
sure
say
don't.
it with
We
a
absolutely
wink and a nudge. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks.
No. Yeah.
X is not, in fact, going to give it to us.
Only like a certain generation will understand that one, and I like that.
Yeah, there's a narrow overlap there, buddy.
Yeah.
You shot the gap there. Yeah. You know what is going to give it, and by it, I mean the money that pays our wages, to us.
No.
What is it, James?
It's a combination of products and services.
Oh man, I love a good product.
Mm-hmm. Me too.
I don't love services, actually. I'm very anti-service, but we'll see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll see. It might change your opinion. It might be something amazing. Unlikely, probably gold, but yeah, let's hear from the advertisers. All right, we're back. We hope you enjoyed those adverts as much as we did. So I want to talk about, in the second half of the episode, why Turkey is using these drones to bomb people who, like we said, have fought and largely defeated the territorial caliphate of ISIS. I did want to bring up one more drone incident, actually, which is particularly bad. So one of the things that you'll often see the SDF and specifically the YPG and the YPJ kind of accused of is having child soldiers or recruiting people who are under aged to fight. Part of a program they've implemented to stop this with consultation with the United Nations is building education centers, right? I'm not going to comment morally on who should be fighting at what age, because I think it's not a judgment for us to make when we didn't have ISIS in the fucking streets.
Yeah, I look, I think there's a degree to which people are being unreasonable about this. I met a number of 17-year-olds. It's generally when people talk about child soldiers, they are talking about 17-year-olds. I have friends who joined the U.S. Army when they were 17 years old. Like, I have friends who were learning how to drive a tank for the U.S. military at age 17. And quite frankly, if you look at wars in history, 16 to 20 years old. That's most of the people who have fought most of the wars in most of history. That's like the way that it is. That's not pleasant, but like when we are talking, like I would be very supportive of laws put in place in our country to raise the age at which people can join the military so that they are not young and not getting taken advantage of to as much of a degree. But we are not fighting in any conflicts for our survival.
Yeah, I think people that point the finger and like talk about child soldiers, whatever the shit, and they are referencing like basic teens. They have the privilege of doing that. They don't have to even think about protecting themselves or their family or whatever. I think when you are raised and in like a situation of violence, like Palestine's a great example of that. You see like boys like trying to defend their country. It's like the same situation where you don't have the privilege of waiting until you're fucking 21 or whatever. It's just like you have to like protect yourself.
Yeah, it's not a situation. You are not being, it's not like it is often when we talk about child soldiers, like in the Liberian Civil War, right? Where you've got kids being pulled in, for the advantage of some warlord. Nor is it like in the United States where you have 17 and 18-year-olds being recruited in a predatory way, often by military recruiters, and sent overseas in conflicts that are not necessary. We are talking about like ISIS is 5 blocks away, and like God knows what they'll do to my mom and my sister if they take over. Like, I'm gonna pick up a fucking gun, Mm-hmm. What else are you gonna do? That's the world. Like, they're living in a different set of realities than we are.
Yeah, and anyone that places judgment on that is just ignorant and not understanding of the reality of the world. They're just like in their little bubble.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so on August the 18th, 2022, a Turkish drone targeted one of these UN-affiliated education centers, right? It was 2 kilometers from the US coalition base, and it targeted a group of teenage girls playing volleyball. It's very hard to see these education centers as like an anywhere military target, right? They're literally designed to divert young people from becoming fighters, and to they're set up with the consultation of the United Nations, with the with as much oversight as one can expect in an area which is still in the middle of a civil war, and to be drone striking schools is pretty callous.
Mm-hmm.
It's also worth noting that like a phrase that constantly gets thrown around a lot in discussion about the Middle East, right? It's the only democracy in the Middle East,
right?
And it's let me tell you, it's not normally referring to this part of the world. It's referring to Israel. I don't think that's true. Israel, it's
factually incorrect.
It doesn't. What fucking democracy is an extremely nebulous concept, right?
Yeah, sure.
So like this is an area where people's votes have a substantive impact on how their lives are lived. Certainly more so than people who are Arabs in Israel.
Arabs in Israel, Kurds in southern Turkey, Syrians in Syria,
Kurds in
Syria,
yes, exactly. People in parts of Iran, like
fucking Iraqi, people in northern or in the Baghdad government controlled chunks of Iraq, for that matter.
Yes, like all over, right? Like, so this isn't just an attack on like individual women; it's an attack on a state which is genuinely, at least attempting to establish a new form of democracy, right? Like a more participatory, more horizontally organized democracy. It's an attack on a state in the Middle East which is like anti-patriarchal, which is something that we don't have here in the United States, right? Like it's like we have still failed to have a woman be president. Like it's an attack on these things which most decent human beings should be able to get behind. These attacks also don't just affect the people who are killed, right? They continue to displace families. They contribute to fuel shortages. They create power cuts. They suspend schools. They stop aid organizations working in the area because it's too high risk or they perceive it to be too high risk. And they stop the SDF continuing their operations against ISIS, right? Like ISIS, as I said, continue to exist. They have sleeper cells. There was an attempted prison break last year. 2 of the women from the YPJ who had fought to stop those ISIS prisoners breaking out of their prison were later killed in the drone strike. It's very hard to see this as not helping that ISIS insurgency that they're fighting and hindering their operations. And I'm not just saying this based on sources that are like the Roger Information Center or people in the AANES, but this is the policy of the United States, right? Before we started this, I looked up some of the Inspector General's reports from Operation Inherent Resolve, which is the United States operation to lead a coalition which includes the SDF against ISIS, and they were talking about how the SDF's operations are hindered because they keep getting shot by drones, right? And that there's not much that they can do about it, right? Unlike Ukraine, we're not sending ton of surface-to-air missiles or things that you could use to defend yourself against drones, right? Not that it's very easy to defend yourself against a drone. So why is Turkey doing this? I think firstly because, as Robert said, it sees the SDF and the PKK as the same thing, right? So the PKK mostly operates, like Robert said, in the mountains of southeastern Turkey, and it's been fighting this asymmetrical war against the Turkish state since 1984. So Erdogan is the president of Turkey, right? He entered office in 2003, and he's sort of pivoted on Turkish issues, on Kurdish issues. Sorry, he's continues to be Turkish. But he was initially in favor of like a negotiated peace with the PKK, and his early years included like proposals for linguistic autonomy, the right to a Kurdish press, and even like the return of Kurdish place names, which is a big deal still, right? You'll see like Kamishlo or Al-Kamishli, like one being Arab, the latter being Arabic, the former being Kurdish, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's a huge deal because you're not just killing like people, you're killing a culture that's like in like, it's not, what's the like a different word to say extinct? Like it's in danger of like not being there if it's not for the people protecting it, right? And I think it's like a classic tactic to stop people from using their language or customs or whatever, to just like try to erase them and like make them Turk or whatever they want them to be. And so the proposal of that I think is significant, but then obviously the follow through is a different story.
Yeah, the follow through is not there, right?
Yeah.
So after 2015, he's really pivoted and he's pursued like a really violent anti-Kurdish policy. And it's worth noting, as you said, that for much of the 20th century, the Turkish state denied the existence of Kurdish people altogether. They called them Mountain Turks. And even in March 2021, the Turkish Ministry of Education released a book in the Kurdish minority. It's a province called Diyarbakir. I guess it's Turkish, which it doesn't mention Kurds. It's a Kurdish majority province. It doesn't mention the Kurdish language. It claims that it's a Turkish dialect that's spoken there. They changed the name in August 2021 of a 17th century mosque from the word translating from the Turkish to the Kurds Mosque, and they called it the Turks Mosque. In 2023, Turkey dropped its objection. So subjection is an effective veto, right, to Finland and Sweden joining NATO, when the latter pledged to devote more attention to the PKK and effectively end its decades-old tradition of giving protection and asylum to Kurdish refugees. So, if people aren't familiar, Sweden has been a country that's offered asylum to a lot of different groups of people. Like I have a lot of friends from various stories I've done all over the world who have ended up living in Sweden, and Kurdish people are among those people, right, who have found a home and a safe place in Sweden. So, encouraging Sweden to not do that gives people one less safe place to go, right?
Yeah.
This was kind of Turkey's like cost of entry for those people into NATO. Now, obviously, there's a reason that Sweden and Finland want to join NATO, right? And that's that Russia is like right there and has been doing some invasion recently. And so they want that as kind of mutual aid, that mutual defense. And so they're being forced to give up this very reasonable policy of offering people asylum. Hi, everyone. It's me, James, and I am back after what I hope was a fruitful and enjoyable advertising break for you. It is just me, and the reason for that is that someone outside is currently severing my telephone cable, judging by what I can hear and the fact that I no longer have the internet. So the second part of this episode will be me reading my script by myself without the interesting and often entertaining input of my colleagues. So sorry about that, but you will just have to make do. Turkey's been involved in a Syrian civil war since the beginning. Initially, it armed and equipped the anti-Assad FSA. But in August 2016, it began a direct occupation of parts of northern Syria under Operation Euphrates Shield. In 2017, it facilitated the establishment of the Syrian National Army and the Syrian interim government, which it finances. Turkey has accused the Syrian Democratic Forces, to which the YPG and YPJ belong, of, quote, seizing and ethnically cleansing territories which don't belong to Kurds. There isn't really any credible evidence for this, and the UN has refuted these claims. Some people have moved, right, like as happens in many conflicts, but the estimate I saw was like 25 families. Erdogan has openly expressed a sentiment that Kurdish people don't belong in north and east Syria, saying, these areas are not suitable for the lifestyle of Kurds because these areas are virtually desert. Deportations of Syrians who have sought refuge in Turkey, right? So people from Syria who have fled the civil war, about just over 3.5 million people are living in Turkey, right? Turkey has declared its intention to move 1 million of these people back to Syria, and it has already begun moving these people back to northwest Syria in the areas it occupies, right? The US State Department, in a press conference on the 4th of August, denied that this constituted a demographic change. But I think that that's very heavily disputed by people on the ground. Certainly the YPJ and the YPG would dispute that, right? That the Kurdish people who have been driven out of some of the areas that Turkey occupies are being replaced by these people that are being moved back in by Turkey. Turkey was, of course, the entry point for much of the weaponry and many of the people who joined ISIS in Syria. Foreign Policy, the publication, has estimated that more than 30,000 people crossed Turkey along the so-called Jihadi Highway. Later, Turkey clamped down on this a bit, but certainly in my coverage of the smuggling of weapons and equipment to ISIS, they were going through Turkey. Turkey was also directly engaged with the defeat of ISIS, right? Turkey's troops fought ISIS in parts of northern Syria. Meanwhile, Turkey has also enforced an economic blockade of the autonomous area of northeast Syria, and it's even restricted water flowing into the region, right? So at some point, weapons and humans have flowed through Turkey to ISIS, and at this point, water is not flowing in sufficient quantities through Turkey to the autonomous area of north and east Syria. In 2018, Turkey started what's called Operation Olive Branch. It's a military operation in which Turkish and Syrian National Army forces took control of the city of Afrin. The assault included the alleged use of chemical gas, shelling of civilian areas, and shooting of fleeing refugees. Kurdish shrines, flags, cultural and historical sites were targeted and destroyed by Turkish military forces. A hospital was bombed. Reporters Without Borders noted that reporting on the conflict had been hamstrung by the Turkish government. and more than 30,000 Kurdish people have been displaced and their homes have been taken by those relocated refugees who we spoke about. Olive farms in the area have been seized and then leased to fund the operation of the pro-Turkish Syrian National Army. The Syrian Observatory for Human Rights has documented these forces threatening to behead Kurds, and The Independent, that's the newspaper, has noted that some of the people fighting alongside the SNA are themselves former cadres of ISIS. In its reporting, The Independent reported that, and I quote, video posted online shows 3 uniformed jihadis singing a song in praise of their past battles. And it says, quote, how we were steadfast in Grozny, that's in Chechnya, Dagestan, and we took the Tora Bora. That's Tora Bora is a cave complex, formerly the headquarters of Osama bin Laden. And now Afrin is calling to us. There's a song they were singing, right? Suggesting that they're sort of a fight. They're casting this in a long line of these battles that have been fought by these various, I guess, Islamist groups. Just to be super clear on Islamist versus Islamic, because I don't want people to confuse the two things. One is a political outlook, right? Being an Islamist is a political outlook, and it focuses on, it uses an interpretation of Islam, which is certainly not the mainstream one. It's not my place to say whether or not it's a correct one, but it's certainly not the one that most Muslims in the world agree with. And it's the interpretation of that faith that you'll have seen with groups like ISIS and Al-Qaeda, right? But that is not to say by any means that all Muslim people agree with this, because they don't. There are Muslim people, many thousands, hundreds of thousands of them, who have been targeted, killed by these people, right? I just wanted to be super clear on that distinction. The Syrian Observatory for Human Rights has also noted members of the Turkish fascist group the Grey Wolves fighting alongside the SNA. So standing in the United States, it's easy to see this Turkish operation as a consequence of Trump's choice to abandon the SDF and the people who defeated ISIS. And to a large degree it is, but it also represents a long-term goal of Erdogan's Turkey, which has tried without success to get support for its plans to build a buffer zone 30 kilometers deep along its border with Syria, and to fill that buffer zone with Syrian refugees, who increasingly end up in Turkey. In particular, Turkey has objected to plans by the United States to train and equip a 30,000-person strong border force. This went through several different naming iterations, so it doesn't really matter, it's a border force, right? Before the attack, Russian military officials proposed handing over Afrin to Assad as a compromise. So we haven't talked about Russia much. Robert talks about this in his series, but Russia is in Syria as an ally of the Assad regime, and it has sort of acted as a go-between between the SDF and the Assad regime, and it has proposed in this instance, right, that that the SDF withdraw from Afrin, which is the area that Turkey invaded in Operation Olive Branch in 2018, and it said if you guys pull out and you hand this over to Assad, the Turks won't invade. They won't directly take on Assad like that. The SDF refused, right? The authorities are in a very tense relationship with Damascus, which is where Bashar al-Assad's government is based, right? They've both received aid from them and been attacked by them. After they were abandoned by the US and Russia, and they knew that Russia was aware that Turkey had plans to invade, right? And obviously didn't do anything to stop it. So these SDF felt that they were abandoned by the US and Russia with very, very good reason to feel that way. The AANES scrambled to find a new ally to protect them, and they found one in the Assad government. This wasn't, I don't think a choice that they wanted to make, but I think the rest of the world didn't leave them with many options. So I'm quoting here from Maslum Abidi, the SDF's commander-in-chief. He wrote an op-ed on foreign policy. It'll be linked in our sources at the end of the month. If we have to choose between compromise and genocide, we will choose our people, he said. Numerous fighters who fought ISIS and foreign volunteers have died in Afrin. So in that initial operation, right, when the SDF opposed Turkish invasion, numerous people died. One of them was a Briton named Anna Campbell. She went by Helene Karakogs. I might have fucked that pronunciation up. Not my intent to be disrespectful if I have. She was killed by Turkish Michel in Afrin. Her father, Dirk Campbell, has been campaigning ever since to have his daughter's remains returned. his case remains with the courts and has been entirely crowdfunded. He submitted a claim to the European Court of Human Rights after hearing nothing from the Turkish courts. And when he did that, the Turkish courts picked up the case that he'd submitted there. You can also find a link to this in the sources, but it's crowdjustice.com/case/help-bring-Anna-home. They've raised all the money they need at the moment, but doubtless they will need more in the future. So where does all this leave the people of North and East Syria, right? These are people who have been impacted by the territorial caliphate of the Islamic State and all the horrific things that people will be aware happened there. They're people who have successfully fought for and achieved their freedom, only to be attacked by another state. And they are people who have suffered the same earthquake that Turkey suffered in February of this year, 2023. 4,000 people died in Afrin, right, which is a city which is now occupied by Turkish and SNA troops. Turkey pushed a little bit further east in Operation quote-unquote Peace Spring a year after Olive Branch. And currently, Turkey is cutting water flow to pumping stations it controls that feed water to the area. This combines with the impact of the earthquake and the ongoing burden of controlling one of the largest prisons on Earth, which is the Al-Hol prison, which holds the majority of the ISIS fighters and their families who were not either killed or returned to the states from which they came. We'll have more on the Al-Hol prison next week. There's infighting between militias in the Turkish areas, which obviously impact Turkish-controlled areas. Obviously, that impacts civilians. There's arbitrary arrests. There's the increasing Turkification of areas like Afrin, right, including instruction in the Turkish language. Like Shireen said earlier, it's one of the things that's integral to maintaining national identity is education, right? In my experience studying Catalan identity, getting education in Catalan was vital to fomenting and continuing Catalan identity. Kurdish identity is not national in the same way. The identity in the AANES, I guess, is not national, but this Turkification, right? The flying of Turkish flags above buildings which are not military buildings, right? Like above hospitals and that kind of thing, again, is a marginalization of the people who already live there and who have lived there for a long time. SDF guerrilla units like Wrath of Olives and Afrin Liberation Front are involved in fighting with the Syrian National Army. And that fighting kills civilians, right? Throughout Afrin, there have been things like car bombs. The Afrin Liberation Front goes by HRE from the Kurdish initials, right? And they've carried out some attacks on SNA militias in the last few days. You can often see videos of those online if that's the sort of thing you like to see. There are still landmines that kill civilians in the area, and there are still ISIS sleeper cells bombing and killing people. Last week, the Autonomous Administration of North and East Syria responded to Turkey's ongoing aggression by issuing a statement claiming Turkey's operations are forcing the SDF to divert personnel away from countering ISIS and threatening the stability of the area. Obviously, this is all after an earthquake which killed 4,000 people in Afrin. People that have access to as many hospitals there, for instance, lots of them still have to travel to Turkey to get cancer treatment, right? So this leaves the people of North and East Syria in a very precarious situation, right? In which they're now left largely without the solidarity that they experienced when they were fighting ISIS, right? And it's very difficult, just like in so many cases, like I feel this way about Myanmar too, to see the US and Europe expressing solidarity, and solidarity in the form of lethal aid, right? Solidarity in the form of surface-to-air missiles and tanks and rifles and bulletproof vests and medical aid and all the things that you need to sustain a fight to Ukraine. And they should do that. I'm not saying for a moment that they shouldn't, right? Ukraine has been invaded by a much bigger and more powerful military, and it has every right to defend itself. And I'm glad that we're helping. But I wish that we would help other people too, especially people who we have sort of made promises to that we've not kept, or people who we've encouraged to believe, in the case of Myanmar, right, that they have a right to a better life, and then when they decide to defend that, we don't stand behind them. So yeah, that's my episode. I'm sorry for the weird juxtaposition of me doing the last part scripted, but somebody outside is drilling through my phone cable. So yeah, thank you for joining me.
Hey, we'll be back Monday with more episodes every week from now until the heat death of the universe.
It Could Happen Here is a production of Cool Zone Media. For more podcasts from Cool Zone Media, visit our website, coolzonemedia.com, or check us out on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to podcasts. You can find sources for It Could Happen Here updated monthly at coolzonemedia.com/sources. Thanks for listening.
Time for a sofa upgrade? Introducing Anabay Sofas, where designer style meets budget-friendly prices. Anabay brings you the ultimate in furniture innovation with a modular design that allows you to rearrange your space effortlessly. Perfect for both small and large spaces, Anabay is the only machine-washable sofa inside and out. Say goodbye to stains and messes with liquid and stain-resistant fabrics that make cleaning easy. Liquid simply slide right off. Designed for custom comfort, our high-resilience foam lets you choose between a sink-in feel or a supportive memory foam blend. Plus, our pet-friendly, stain-resistant fabrics ensure your sofa stays beautiful for years. Don't compromise quality for price. Visit WashableSofas.com to upgrade your living space today. Sofas start at just $699 with no-risk returns and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Get up to 60% off, plus free shipping and free returns. Shop now at WashableSofas.com. Offers are subject to change and certain restrictions may apply.
Pro drivers live for race day, but for small business owners, every day is race day. That's why going pro with Lenovo Pro matters. One-on-one advice, IT solutions, and customized hardware powered by Intel Core Ultra processors keep your business on the right track. Business goes pro with Lenovo Pro. Sign up for free at lenovo.com/pro.
Lenovo. There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents. So when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it comes to making an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the one you'll call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
This is an iHeart podcast. Guaranteed Human.